As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord.
There it is! Oh, okay. No. Ah!
CoCoTALK would like to express its sincerest gratitude for the patrons who sponsor our show. Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichard, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Innman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tim Lindner, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world. CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the CoCoTALK show. It's a very special occasion for happy birthday, 40 years of the originally named TRS-80 Color computer. And we're still letting a few people into the panel, including legendary game designer Chet Simpson. We're going to go around and see what everybody's doing, what everybody's been up to, and celebrate the color computer and its birthday, along with Basic 09, and also yesterday was the Color Computer 3's 34th birthday. So we've got a lot to celebrate, and let's say hello to the panel. Hello, stars. Hollywood
Hello.
Squares.
Hello.
Yay.
Hello. Hello, Gene.
I'm more of a John Davidson, I think. Wasn't he the host later?
Oh, I thought you meant match game.
Well, we might do the Newlywed game later and see how well you know your CoCo.
Soulmate?
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
I thought we were going to do the dating game, and our first contestant was going to be David Ladd.
God.
Isn't this more like the Gong Show?
I think, yeah, exactly. Well, we should see if we should have Ken and Jason and see if they really do know each other. Play a version of that game. But on the panel, Up there at the top left of your screen is Patrick Rick Uland. I'm going to screw up your name, my friend, but how are you doing?
Oh, fairly well. Happy 40th, everyone.
Happy 40th, and I think we do have a little echo coming from your end, but on your speaker. So maybe your laptop speaker is also on, but it's great to only sometimes. I don't know what it is, but we'll come back to that and see if it keeps happening. No worries. We've got from Canada, one of the developers of the legendary Nitrous OS 9 operating system that Stevie Stroh loves so well. It is L. Curtis Boyle.
Hello, everyone. Happy birthday to the various CoCo-related objects, CoCo1, CoCo3, Base CoCo9. In honor, I'm wearing my oldest Rainbow Fest T-shirt from 1986 in Chicago, the very first one I went to. And holy cow, did I have trouble putting that on. I've gained a lot of weight since then. I don't know if I'll be able to get it off afterwards. I might have to cut it off. We'll see. Anyway, welcome, everyone.
Great. Well, we didn't have him on the panel, I don't think, last week, and we missed him. A guy with a garage and a lot of stuff in it, Mr. Ron Delvaux.
Hello. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Great. What do you got there, Ron? Is that like at a...
This is a CoCo1 16K extended color basic saying hello to everybody. This one was used well.
Mine's probably used more.
I don't know.
It almost has no black paint on it. Or no gray paint on it on the keyboard portion.
This was in a school, so.
It belongs in a museum.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I don't know how old Drivewire is, but it's getting reborn by our next guest, and this is Mike Furman. How are you doing, Mike? It's also the 1 year anniversary since we were at VCF West.
That's right.
Going on.
First, I'd like to say, happy birthday, little guy. Happy birthday, little guy. We have lots of memories together. And yes, we did VCF West last year. We had a great time, but I just couldn't pull it together for this year. They're going right now on VCF West doing 6502 assembly language. Who needs that crap?
Well, great. We might talk about VCF West later today or on the Caboose, since it is going on virtually today. And our friend Jim Brain pointed out that there's a presenter later this afternoon who is one of the original developers of the 6800.
Yeah, Bill Mensch, and also Bill Hurd. So.
Yeah, the Bill Mensch one, actually, that has a little bit of a CoCo connection because he worked at Motorola on the 6800, then he jumped ship to Moss to do the 6502. So, and the 6800, of course, is the predecessor to both the 6803 and the MC10 and the 6809 on the CoCo.
Great. So that might be a good post-show wrap-up conversation. But somebody we never save for the post-show, we always put up at the front, is our high score guru, Mr. Nicholas Marotta.
I'm good at reporting them. I'm not good at obtaining them, but I can definitely tell you what's happening in the game, high score game news.
Great.
How you doing, guys?
Good. Anything else going on with you? What is the 40th? And we'll come around later and talk more about this. But 40 years, can you believe it?
I'm only 29, so I don't really know.
Well, also turning 29 today, Jason Reichert. How are you doing, Jason?
Oh, we're doing great. We got the 40th anniversary. I have my silver multi-pack here that matches the CoCo one, if I can, that I obtained at Dayton Hamvention last year, so still works. And just remember, this episode does include David Ladd.
It always does.
Been warned.
Yeah, no extra charge, I may add.
Great. Well, I don't have a good segue for our next guest, because our next guest is typically the backup streamer for the show. He's certainly been helping me prepare for this show today. He knows a lot about a lot of things. He just bought a motherboard yesterday, and he's tinkering on that. How are you doing, Mark? And welcome to the show.
Hi, happy birthday, Coco. I should say, I acquired a stack of motherboards, but they're like Pentium 3s and Celerons, and don't know what the heck I'm going to do with them.
Also, I want to do a big shout out to Mark too for helping us do the news segment, the extra 2.5 hours we added to the other 4.5 last week. So thanks Mark, for pulling that together.
Well, at least we don't have to do the news this week.
Not separately.
Not all of that.
Well, next on the panel, he sometimes has a frog in his throat. A musician that he's not today. Today he's just moving lots of crates filled with bombs in them, and be very careful out there, Brian. How are you doing?
Kaboom! Happy birthday, Coco. I'm doing great.
Wrong game.
I'm finally hanging my screen door on my new door on the house, so taking a break.
Great. Well, be careful with those boxes. Some of them actually have bombs inside them. I don't know if you knew that, but
I figured that out the hard way.
Well, I hesitate to introduce our next panelist because honestly, I get depressed at all of the great stuff he has and all the stuff he acquires. Brian, what will you show us today that will depress us that you have and we don't?
I don't know what I have and you guys don't. I mean, I do have some show and tell for later if we do get to that, though. But I have a book that I acquired that I've been wanting to get for a while, and I also have a machine that I'd like to show that's kind of a predecessor to our Happy Birthday CoCo1 that I'd like to share later.
All right. Well, we'll do some updates and acquisitions later then.
Yep.
Is that going to be Brian's new segment, Why I'm Better Than You?
I don't know about better, but
just kidding.
Yes, that's right before his episode of Hoarders.
I don't know. I still think Ed Snyder has him beat on that part.
Yes, he has quite a room full there he had there. So I wonder if it's still all there, if he's managed to tuck it all away. So.
Well, a guy who just whipped up a game, on his spare time here. Legendary game designer Chet Simpson, looking fantastic. What can we say about Digger 3? It's really coming along, and been watching some of your videos on Facebook. How are you doing these days? You are on.
I think you're muted there, Chet.
One moment, please.
Just deposit 1/4.
We will come right back to you, Chet. I'll loop back to you. Grant, you're always in the car, and you're always going nowhere. So tell us, where are you going? Where are you really going today?
I am going home. That's where I'm heading to right now. I'm heading home.
How far? Please try to contain yourself.
I've
Yep,
seen
I'm
that
on my way home.
I've seen that same tree pass you 4 times now.
It's like the Flintstones.
He's actually in a Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
Nice green screen, Grant.
That would be a good place for a zoom background of a car flipping over or something.
When he runs, you hear bongos play.
So Grant, were you out like storm chasing, like part of your job, or were you actually out, procuring Coco stuff for the 40th anniversary?
Actually, I was doing some errands and getting the car washed and everything is where I was doing. So I'll be home here probably about 20 minutes.
Great. Well, I think what we need right now are the yin and yang of the Coco community, the excitement and the opposite of excitement. So first, let's hit a high note with our friend, the Grease Weasel user, David Ladd. Are you out there? And David, are you excited today?
Why, yes, I am, everybody. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready to see where the train wreck will take us today. Are you ready? I hope you're ready, as I'm sitting here ready. And Nick is probably ready as well. Aren't you, Nick?
Nick
Nope.
Marotta, are you ready?
Yes, good day everyone. How are you? And yeah, I think Jason does a better job than you now, David.
Oh, I'm so ready. I've got my grease weasel ready to go, everyone, and my Diet Dr. Pepper all set and ready for action.
Now that's the real David.
Oh, now come on.
David, David, when are we going to have a grease weasel party?
It's a tie. There's two of them.
Well,
Will the real David Ladd please stand up? That's all I got to say.
Oh, don't worry. Sarah's already stated that she's blaming all of us for the changeover.
We'll
Okay,
say
we're
hi
on
to-
public-
Sex change?
We are a public show right now. Remember that, guys. Not in Discord.
Yeah, don't forget, people can see us and hear us. No, just kidding. I just wanted to say hello to Chet. See if you're out there, Chet. Can we hear you?
Yeah, I think I got my microphone taken care of. I was having a little difficulty there. Sometimes it does that. I'm not really sure why this headset goes internally mute for some reason. So, but yeah, I'm doing good. Been working on Digger, as much as I can lately. I have had some free time, obviously, with doing the videos, but it's coming along good. I appreciate everybody watching, the comments and all that. I don't have a whole lot of time to respond to a lot of them, but I do try to get back at some point for some more.
Okay. Is there anything that you want to do any kind of a demo or anything that we should save time for or Go ahead.
Oh no. I think right now where we're at is that a couple of the game testers have received copies of it. Curtis and Paul have been playing some of it. I've got the upper levels done. So right now it's less about demos and more about kind of getting everything cleaned up and ready. I'm still playing around with a little bit of graphics, but the levels are almost complete. There's some tweaks that are being done to the AI. So once all that starts falling in place, I'll start getting a lot closer and do a couple of last minute demos. So
Okay. Well, we're
Looking good though, and
looking
that
good.
that tweak you did to the side digging really did help.
Oh, good, awesome. Yeah, that was one of the key points. I'm still tweaking some of the input on that to make it a little bit easier for the controls. So there's still some stuff like that has to go on. And of course, every time you make a change like that, you have to go in and retest everything. You'll see me playing the same levels over and over again.
You're gonna be so
That's
sick of
really
this game
looking
by the
good.
time it's released.
Oh, I already
Really
am.
looking good. Yeah.
That's why developers don't play their own games, right?
Yeah, they're sick of them by the time they come out. So
Yeah, I do take some pleasure when you run into spikes on your video.
Yeah, that's one of the areas where I'm making some tweaks. It is a little bit little harder than it should be because there's on the last frame there's just these two little pixels that stick out for it, and it hangs there. And the problem with that is I use pixel level collision detection for the main sprite, so it picks that up really easily, and it just has to go away. So yeah, it'll be a little bit easier in respects. That's why there's an easy and a hard mode now, because there were some aspects of the game where I can just go crazy with some of the puzzles and stuff on here. It's just damn near impossible to complete one of the levels. But you want to make that you want to get that balance so that you do have some experienced game players in the community, so it makes it easier to kind of hit both the people that are casual players as well as kind of the hardcore ones that really want the to go at it. Of course, I think Curtis and Paul have been mostly on easy level.
Yeah, I mean, I think I told you I love that Batcave level on the preview, and it was great because you could get a little bit farther every time. So
Yeah.
Eventually I figured out a strategy to finally get through the level, but it was pretty rewarding, even though I was dying a lot at the beginning.
Yeah, there's some aspects that have that have been included in the load runner games and the others that this has been based on that. I would really love to get some of the aspects of those games in here with the way that they work, like teleporters and bombs and all that. But there's just not enough time, so I'm saving some of that stuff for my next game, which will be a much bigger project than this one.
Ooh, you heard it here first.
cool.
You heard it here first, and Chet Simpson has another project coming up. Well, Richard Lorbieski says in the chat that Digger 3 cannot compare to Nightmare Highway.
He is so right. He is so right. I mean, there's just no comparison. Nightmare Highway is like the gem of everything. I mean, it's the pinnacle of CoCo gaming. I just hope that one day I will be able to achieve that type of greatness.
Yes.
Well, does Digger 3 have a road or a car?
No, but it almost did have a mining cart in it, like in Bagman, where you ride it.
Oh, your headset went out.
Ah, damn it.
It's back on again.
I hear you.
Okay. But yeah, there's almost a mining cart in this one, and kind of the flavor of Bagman, where you'd ride it from one side of the map to the other. I just got lazy and didn't put it in.
Now, Frodo in the chat pointed out that Digger 3 does not have a song. So, I mean, that's clearly, inferior to Nightmare Highway from that perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it has like hardly any fan base at all. I mean, there's no fan art. Well, actually, there was some fan art early on, but there's been no music. Nobody's created like a music video or anything, so it's somewhat disappointing.
And Richard,
now, I can make my own.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying Richard's on fire. He's saying Digger 3 also doesn't support a real-time clock.
Actually, it does. Technically, it does for the RNG.
Well, there you go. Well, let me just go through the live chat. I want to welcome everybody. We've got Kevin Holloway, Quinn Good, who says he can't wait to watch this. I sort of need help. Oh, he's not talking about us. Okay. He's got a problem with his CoCo 2.
That would apply, though.
That would.
Yeah.
Anybody watching us needs help.
Applies to everybody on the panel, too, so.
James Jones says, okay, he's talking about videos. Nimble's out there. Robert Murphy. Al Hartman from Jersey is out there. Hey, Al. Can Make It is out there. Nick Marotta. Who's that guy? Nick Marotta again. Curtis Boyle. Curtis Boyle. Frodo. We talked to him. James Diffendaffer is saying happy birthday. And the list goes on and on. Manny's talking about dumpster fire. That's white hot. Well, hopefully, as long as you can hear the dumpster fire, we're doing pretty good. And Tim Halloran says he's looking forward to Digger 3. So thanks, everybody. I think, what do you guys want to do? You want to take a commercial, come back, talk a little bit about the birthdays, and then later on go into news? Let's try that. Here, we'll be right back after these words.
Hi, this is Eddie Zerbinski from beautiful Quebec City. Vous écoutez CoCoTALK.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord. CoCo123 is the Glenside Color Computer Club community newsletter that's been in publication since 1985. While the Rainbow magazine may be gone, it doesn't mean you still can't have a cool CoCo periodical. Head on over to the Glenside Color Computer website at glensideccc.com and then click on the Documents link to view all the past issues of the CoCo123 newsletter. Not only can you read all of the past and present issues, we'd also love to hear some submissions from you. So if you'd like to send an article, a column, something to talk about, maybe even a program listing, send an email to glensideccc@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. The CoCo World Map is a cool community resource where you can view coconuts from around the world. Head on over to map.cocotalk.live and see where your fellow Coconutians happen to be living on the planet Earth. If you would like to submit yourself to be on the CoCo Map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and we look forward to seeing you on the CoCo Map. Hey guys, it's Stevie Strode. If you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the CoCo and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to CoCo. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the CoCo. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk CoCo. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the CoCo.
Hi, I'm Tim, and you're watching CoCoTALK Live. And I'm playing Daggerath online like that idiot from the book.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there?
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
And we're back. Well, happy birthday to the president of Glenside Color Computer Club, Mr. Eric Canales. Wanted to certainly mention that, and I believe Curtis Boyle, it's your mom's birthday, is it not? Lots of birthdays.
Yeah, it was yesterday, her 75th actually. So
great. Well, while we're on the topic of birthdays, maybe Curtis, if I could pick on you, what are your memories? You had an original CoCo1, and do you actually remember the computer being released? Were you actually working with the TRS-80, Model 1 before that, or?
No, before that, I was working with Pets and Apple IIs. But I did see the CoCo probably in its first year, that first Christmas, 1980. Because I did go to the Radio Shack store. We had one not too far from me, and it was, it was a computer with color graphics, which is better than the Pet was at the time. But it also had, sound and stuff built in and color, unlike the Model 1 and 3. So I was quite interested in it. It was also cheap. That was another thing. So then I ended up getting one in 1981 in the early fall. So just before the start of school for 1981.
Was that still like $400 at that point?
Well, in Canada, it was $549 for 4K.
It's like $100 per K.
Yeah, no, it was expensive. It seems expensive, but I mean, the Apple was $1,400-$1,500, and the Pet was $800, and the VIC 20 wasn't actually out yet, and the Commodore 64 was several years down the road. So I mean, at the time, to get something with color, semi-decent sound. I mean, the other option was the Ataris. Now, the Atari 400 wasn't too badly priced, but I absolutely hated that keyboard. There's no way I was going to buy that. And the Atari 800 was quite more expensive than the CoCo was, so that kind of ruled that one out for me as well.
Cool. Anyone else on the panel want to talk about the CoCo1? Anyone have one? Well, I know Ron has one, and I know Mike Furman has one.
Can I share?
Birthday boy.
Go ahead, Ron.
Go ahead, Ron.
Can I share?
Yeah,
I can share.
Go ahead first, Ron.
Okay.
Oh, you want to share your screen?
Screen, yeah.
Sure.
Let me know.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I think you can.
All right.
All right.
Ha. Wrong one. The right one.
I'm seeing a CoCo.
Okay, great. There it is. The one I have is in beautiful shape, as you can see here.
Mm-hmm.
I got it back in the 1990s. It was a 4K upgraded to 16K. It's been in the box for most of its life, and it's just hardly ever been used. It's very pretty, wouldn't you say?
There's none of
You should compare that to mine. Battle hardened.
Yeah, I have another one.
No marks where your wrists go, so it's definitely in good shape.
No, but it has a higher number here, 29,000 for.
Yeah, I'd have to guess that's probably an E-board, or do you know?
I don't know. I never opened this one.
Should be a D board, because mine is 33,000 and it's a D board.
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know the positioning of the Radio Shack logo and the way it's positioned on the left rather than the center, and also the color of the keyboard's on. It's got to be a D, C, D, or an E at least.
And this is my used one. It was in the Rochester, New York school system, and as you can see, it has little rub marks all over it.
There we go.
Mine's got more.
Yeah. And this has 8,000.
Wow.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Beautiful.
Stop share.
That was pretty good. Mikey, did you want to walk us through your collection?
Sure. Oh, my collection. I'm just gonna see my CoCo one here. I don't know if you guys can see. There's almost no gray paint over there on the keyboard.
Wow.
You know, and I got rid of the original keyboard. I think this is one of the replacement ones that Radio Shack had. But I didn't pick it up at Radio Shack. I got it at the flea market. So, since I got rid of the chiclet keyboard, it was pretty nice. And then we have stickers here. Like, let's see, which one do I want to show you guys? Oh, like faster running, normal running. Different pokes for things. And of course, we had some trouble. We had some trouble with ours, so it has been to the service center. But of course, it's been opened. But this guy still works.
I was going to ask you, Mikey, on the top there where the RAM badge was, do you have like a power LED or something, or
Yes.
is it just an empty hole?
Yes. So, my dad put the LED back in, got rid of the badge because he upgraded this machine to 64K, and it's a D board.
Oh, that was not pleasant.
That's a little bit more involved of modification. So, he just got rid of badge and said, "Hey, let's put an LED in it."
Yeah, I had a friend do my D board because you will know my soldering skills or lack thereof.
Yep.
But that one, it actually involved like trace cuts on the circuit board to get 64K to work. It was not a simple mod. It was quite difficult. In fact, Radio Shack themselves, if you took a D board in and said I wanted to get 32 64K later, they usually just swapped it out for an F board and didn't even bother trying to upgrade it.
No, my dad did that. So I spent many hours on this machine.
That's
and
cool.
we never did get a CoCo3, so I basically went straight from this guy to PC essentially.
Richard Lorvieski has 2 C boards.
Yeah, those are rare.
And I didn't show because it's required in these parts.
33054.
Yep.
All right.
Yes, no one asked what's the serial number.
Yeah, well, I'm showing you the serial number. All right, Rob, back to you.
Well, anyone else?
Let's show off your CoCo ones.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Why not?
Oh, okay. Well, I got one here. Now, Ken and I, we didn't start out with a CoCo one. We got a CoCo2, one of the earlier ones, but I have over the years picked up a couple CoCo ones. And this particular one has been on the show before, but I'll show it again. This is the CoCo one that I got at Hamvention, and it has a reset switch modified onto the front of it there.
That's nice.
And it has a aftermarket keyboard. I forget which one this is.
Mark
now.
Data Products.
Mark Data.
Yeah.
I knew Curtis would know. And oh yeah, it's hard to see, but it even says complete CoCo system $50 here on the label there. And
have you got a power LED in place of the RAM badge too?
No, just an empty hole.
Oh, okay.
And then it does have 64K because I ran the 64K RAM test, aka Sailor Man. Although I had to run the French version. The English version doesn't work for some reason. I don't know why. And then it was also modified for composite video. So where the reset button should be is I believe that's the audio, and then the video RCA is right above the RF modulator. So it's been well used, because you can see there is virtually no silver paint left below the keyboard there. So,
well loved.
Yeah, well used, and got a heck of a deal on it. And it works. It was sitting in the closet. I had to pull it out, but I don't use it that much.
Cool.
Cool.
Anybody else on the panel have a CoCo one kicking around?
Brian's
I
got
have
one.
Yeah, I got one here. I have a couple of the 3000 ones. This is the oldest one I have. It's similar to Ron's, not quite as pretty, but it has a few scuff marks, but it's still original. It's never been opened, and this one is still 4K, and on the badge there, and it's warranty sticker, so I don't know what kind of board this one has in it, but let's see. Oop, there we
What's
go.
the serial number?
We've got 34,000 something.
Yeah.
34,942.
942. So it's still in the original box. I have another 3001 that's been upgraded to 16, and I have one also that's upgraded to the 64K. But this is the oldest one that I have, or the one that has not been. It's been untouched, but it has a few little scuffs here and there and stuff like that. But overall, it's in really good shape. It's relatively clean. Works great.
Awesome. What's that one behind you?
This the one behind me here.
Yeah.
That one there is a. Hold on here. I'll tell you. It's a little bit newer model. That one is a. That one I think also is a 3001. That one definitely no. That's not a 3001. That one there is a. I think it's a 3002 model 26 3002.
It doesn't have all the black around the surround, right?
You're talking about right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one's still black right here.
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't have the extended black.
Oh yes, yeah, correct. You're right. Yes, it's silver right there. Yes, yep.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and that's
I think
ones
that
that were
was-
kind of a white plastic underneath if you wore the paint off too, if I remember correctly. Didn't they switch the base plastic later?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see here. No, this is still black. Still black on that
Okay.
one.
I know some of the
Yeah.
very light ones had a white instead of black plastic base.
Yeah, and that one there, I have a CoCo VGA installed in that one as well.
Yeah, that's actually one of the nice things about the CoCo1. I mean, a 40-year-old computer, and yet aside from the standard RAM upgrades, you can upgrade from color basic to extended basic and stuff. That we actually have newer upgrades that actually add functionality to it. Like CoCo VGA gives you VGA output, 64 by 32 text, extended palettes, extended graphics modes. Like it's still a hacker's machine even today, which is cool.
I was kind of curious, if anybody knows. Earlier, Jason had held up a multi-pack. Did the multi-pack come out with the CoCo originally, or did that come out?
No, it was a couple years later.
A couple years later.
Couple
Okay.
years later.
And I guess while we're all pulling out CoCo1s, I have this one.
Okay.
And this is actually kind of old.
Can't read it from here. What is it?
15,000.
Oh.
5,600? That is?
13,624.
Okay.
So it actually has a lowercase kit in it, and I can't get it to work, but I have high hopes.
Now, is that Dennis Bathory Kits' lowercase kit?
Green
Mountain
I don't know.
Micro?
It looks like someone made it in their bedroom, so we'll have to figure it out. But yeah, this has been sitting in my box of stuff to do. It's been opened 3 or 4 times already, and
What board is that one? Do you know?
geez, I don't remember. I've been digging through the attic looking for various things that I put up 30 years ago, and I sort of vaguely remember all this stuff, but it's taking me time to figure out where I am and why.
Do you have the silver multi-pack also?
Unfortunately, no. I have the old white one, but I don't have the silver one.
Okay.
I think somebody else was holding up a CoCo1 too in the background there. Who was that?
I got some.
Go ahead, Mark.
So I've got a couple of them here. Yeah, get back in frame. So this
So there's another Mark Data Products keyboard by the looks of it?
It's definitely aftermarket. This is a D board, serial number 13049. So beat you, Patrick.
Yep. Must be in that range, though.
Then I've got a F board that missing a keyboard. So I don't know what happened to the keyboard, but it's missing. But I recently otherwise restored it, put a composite mod in it. The other one's got a composite mod in it too now.
Rick, you have your hand held up. You have something else to add, or?
They're both 64.
Oh no, I forgot to click my. I did my bit.
Oh, okay.
This interface is really wonky here. I'm not used to having that, so I had to do a reinstall, and all of a sudden I have all these new features. It's great.
I have a question for people here that had a CoCo1 growing up type thing. How many of you still have your original CoCo1 you first got? I don't in my case, because during a move, it got tossed around in the moving van, and actually the circuit board cracked. So I had to write off my original CoCo one. And I've since got another F board since then. So my original D board's gone. But how many of you actually still have a functioning original CoCo you had from the early 80s when you were growing up?
I have the original.
My original was a CoCo2, but yeah, it's still got it.
It's the original.
I still have the original CoCo2 we had growing up. In a process of upgrading it and had to fix it. Still have the box. Found it in my parents' garage, but that's where my CoCo VGA will live.
I have my CoCo2 and my DMP 105. Can't get ribbons though.
I have my.
Ron, you got yours? You said?
I have my multi-pack. Well, my machine was silver and it had a Mark Data keyboard, just like the one I have now, which is in my observatory thing. But I painted mine white because when the white ones come out, I love the way it looks. So I painted my multi-pack and my computer white. And then at one time or another, I got a couple of Model 3s, you know. So I took the old one, the white one that I painted that white, and I took the guts out and I put it in a Model 4 enclosure. So, and that got lost somehow. I think what happened was it was in the garage when it flooded and it got ruined. But anyways, I have a picture of it when I took it out of the case and put it in so I had a Model 1 CoCo in a Model 4 data enclosure, you know, with a black and white TV in it and stuff. That was like a weird repack because everybody usually repacks to a CoCo3. But not me, naturally. But it was, you know, the old days. So, you know, when for some reason, probably just like everybody, as you grow and go to the next computer, you look at the old one sitting there and think, oh, you know, it's old, you know, you don't have much thought about it, so it sets. And then it seems like it comes around again to where everybody starts, you know, well, hey, look at, I still have mine. It's still here. And you go back and start playing with it again, and then start looking for all your software. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think people do that with video game consoles too. People pull out the old Atari 2600, etc. I wanted to cover some of the people in chat too, mentioning some of their original CoCos here too. So Al Hubbard mentioned he had several of the old gray CoCo ones, including a TDP or plus a TDP 100. Manny says my original is in storage, get around 82 or 83, I think. Been threatening to pull all my CoCo stuff out of storage. Dave and Sharon Very, I got my CoCo 1 this year. It's stock, except it has a melty keyboard. And he started with a 16K CoCo2 in the 80s and ran out of RAM writing a program that first week. I did that with my 4K first week too. Well, obviously that was a lot easier for me. Nimble says my first was a 16K extended basic CoCo2 back in the 80s. Nick Marotta mentioned that he, how did you word it? Stupidly threw it out or something out your original CoCo2.
That's right, like an idiot. King of the idiots. That's right.
Canadian Retro Things, he said he started with a 16K extended basic CoCo2 in the 80s. Robert Murphy, my original CoCo 1 and CoCo 2's got trashed to moves as well. Yeah, that was heartbreaking in my case because I moved to an apartment. And I pulled the CoCo 1 off and I could already see the case was cracked because it had fallen off something on inside the moving van. When I opened it up, I mean, the circuit board was kind of like this. It was gone. Frodo NL, Dave and Sharon V, I had the same issue with the first computer, but that was a Timex Sinclair 1000. Fedor said my CoCo 1 was my very first computer, and I'm 100% certain I still have it. I just can't seem to find it anymore. Mm-hmm. You sure Ed Snyder doesn't have it? For just saying. Robert Murphy says my dad got me a C64 as a replacement because C64 was what he liked. Canadian Retro Things also mentions my CoCo 2 got left in the AV room of my high school, was using it for doing subtitles and credits on videos for the AV club. That's kind of cool. I actually know some video distribution places here used to do their little pre-roll credits on video cassettes when they were dubbing stuff. They used a CoCo to display the titles and stuff too, so it seems to be fairly common. Anyway, I think that catches up most of the chat as far as that. For people with the original CoCo 1, so it sounds like a lot of you actually still have your original ones though, which is cool. I wish I'd still had mine. I wish it still function though, because I'm not a collector for the sake of collecting, but the nostalgia of having my original one would have been nice. But if it's not working, it's I'm not collecting, so it doesn't serve any purpose for me.
What about Nick Marotta? Do you still have your? Do you have a CoCo 1 or you have your TRS-80 Model 1 before that?
My first CoCo was a white large case CoCo2, and I still do have that. Yes, I have since collected the original grey, of course, but I pretty well switched over to the CoCo3 in '86 and haven't looked back.
Well, except for a couple games lately.
Well, yeah.
It's sort of
doing a bit.
Yeah.
So like when they introduced the CoCo in the U.S., was it how long after was it before it became like in Australia and stuff like that? Was it all about the same time, or was it a years later? Or
I think it was. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but I think they were fairly close together. Yeah, it might have been a couple of months difference maybe, but yeah, we did get it about the same time.
I know we did in Canada. We got it within a month from the States. So go ahead.
Yeah, it was announced in July 31st, and then if I remember correctly, from reading Tandy's Little Wonder, it came into stores in I thought it was September or October or something like that.
Yeah, it wasn't too long after. Like a lot of the machines that came out that were announced back at that time frame. I mean, the VIC-20 is a famous one. I think one of the Ataris too. They came out like half a year to a year after the announcement date. But Tandy was usually pretty good. When they announced a machine, it was usually ready within a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
Software is a different story. They had a few of those that are quite late or never showed up at all. But
and hardware.
Yeah.
Because in the early years, there was all that time where people does Radio Shack and Tandy actually care about the computer? Because they're not, where's the disk drive? Where's this? Where's that?
Yeah. Any others on the panel that have any original CoCo 1s or stories from the CoCo 1 days they want to share?
you guys were talking about serial numbers and everything. This is one here that I have. This is a 26 3003 as far as the model type goes. It's a 64K one. And as far as serial numbers go, this is serial number 689.
Oh, I just needed a zero in the middle there. Would have been perfect.
Yeah.
I know.
If you
this
read,
is the lowest serial number I have, but.
If you read, I think Boise's book, I think it talks about the serial numbers resetting a couple of times. I don't remember if it was Tandy's Little Wonder or Boise's book, but one of them they definitely do talk about that. You know, with the serial numbers resetting at unknown times, it's hard to really tell the exact number.
Yeah, because I have one that's 16,
right.
All zeros and 1 6, but it's a Color computer. It's French.
Yeah, I know my original CoCo 1, my D board, the one that cracked, I don't remember the exact serial number, it was in the 1500 range, like 1547 or something like that. But I don't know, like you were mentioning, did they restart the numbers in Canada? I did find one thing, and this is, we'll mention them briefly in the news later on too, but the new CoCo crew, they interviewed the person that used to run Computer Plus. And he mentioned that, they bought from Tandy and then resold, cheaper and threw in extra things too. But they mentioned that at the one Rainbow Fest, and this is getting into the CoCo3's anniversary, the first Rainbow Fest after the CoCo3 was announced, and they had more CoCo3s in stock than the local Tandy people did. So the Radio Shack booth sold out first, and then they had between 200 and 300 CoCo3s that they brought to the show, and they sold all of those out by Saturday. So anybody wanted to buy CoCo3 on Sunday was screwed. There was none left to get anywhere. So it was definitely a hot seller too, and I think the CoCo 1 at some of the earlier CoCo Fests also sold very, very well.
I mean, that does happen at shows. They can only bring so much equipment with them.
Yeah, I guess the thing is because Radio Shacks were so scattered all over the place, like there was local Radio Shack stores in that area too, but just because the show happened to be there, everybody in the immediate vicinity sold out. If you went somewhere else in the States, you probably could have picked one up, just walking into a Radio Shack store.
I think the way that Radio Shack set up that the stores were like regionalized and all that stuff, I think it would have been very difficult to place an order to say, hey, I want, a couple hundred more of these. I don't think that was possible in their architecture. So,
well, the guy at Computer Plus, I guess he was an official franchisee. Like he had the franchisee license, so he could order whatever he wanted to, and he ordered as many as he could for the show to take it down.
Yeah.
So he said they loaded up a 24-foot truck and sold it out in 2 days.
Radio Shack would send, we're going to send 50 to each of our 3,000 stores or whatever.
Yeah. Anyone else have any CoCo 1 memories or CoCo 3? It's the 34th birthday of the CoCo 3 too, so I know that's Nick's favorite CoCo by far. Mine as well.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Curtis. Hold that thought, Nick. I believe we have a video for that. A real computer.
We didn't have sound here, but I'm assuming that went on the stream with sound.
It did.
So was July '86 the date that the CoCo3 was released in the US?
It was announced. I'm not sure if it actually got released for a few weeks afterwards, but.
All right, because I actually bought mine here in Australia in September of '86. So I would assume it would have been close to that time in the US as well.
Yeah, I think I got mine in the very first week of October, and it was the first one in Saskatoon out of all 5 or 6 Radio Shack stores. Well, actually, I got the second one because the managers took one first. But
yeah, well, there wasn't too big a delay then between announcing and having it available in the stores.
Yeah, Tandy was good for that, actually. I mean, they didn't usually pre-announce stuff and then you'll wait 6 months. Now they had a few things like Thor and a few other things that had problems, but on general, they were pretty good at it.
My first, sorry.
I was going to say the other side of that is I had bought a CoCo 2 not a year before the CoCo 3 came out. So that was less than optimal.
My first computer was the TRS-80 Model 1, which I bought in 1980. I mean, I should have just waited and got a color computer. I would have been right at the start of the color computer world. But I had a Model 1 and I was programming that until about 1984. So I missed out on a lot of the CoCo world because I was playing with yesterday's TRS-80.
Nothing's changed.
One thing is, if you had your CoCo3 and you're playing with stuff, at least with discs anyway, because we didn't have an SDC back then, and I would find there was a couple things that the CoCo didn't use, and it seemed like I always had CoCo2 set up just in case. And so I'd go back to the 2 to play games and stuff that I couldn't play in the 3, maybe because of the video mode or something. But the other thing is, every once in a while, I'd think, as the years went by, gosh, the 2 and the 1 are the same. So I could run the 1. So for kicks, I would throw the 1 in there and bring it up and play with that for a while. But the thing is, it tends to take space. And if you have a 1, 2, or 3 setup, you have to have a lot of space. There's no way around that. Especially in the old days, you had a big fat TV sitting on something. You had to have a riser of some kind. That's another thing that people either made or they would throw. For a while, I used to use a Tandy 1000 to set a monitor on.
Your 502 is the monitor stand. You turn it sideways and it's all good.
One thing that really sticks out for me of the CoCo3, because I was very heavily involved with the CoCo 2 on BBSing. I'd been running, or CoCo 1 and 2, I should say, but I was running my BBS and had been for several years. And by late 85, there was quite a few rumors. There had been earlier rumors in 83, 84 about a new computer. That was the Deluxe that never got released, and then it got canceled. But there was some rumors swimming around, especially on CompuServe, which I was on at the time. And the CoCo3 anticipation on CompuServe was palpable. I mean, there was all the big people were talking about it. The Dale Pucketts and the Lonnie Fulks and stuff were talking about it. A lot of the just regular users were talking about it. A lot of rumors coming out, in the 3 to 4 months before the official announcement in July. Most of it was pretty bang on too. Like they're predicting the screen resolutions and the number of colors and the amount of RAM, the fact there's MMU in it and double speed and stuff like that. So they must have had some inside information getting leaked out from Tandy at the time. And then when the actual release happened, I mean, everybody copied the actual press release from Tandy and uploaded his text files and took pictures and threw them up on there even before the Rainbow came out. And Rainbow actually held off publishing their September 86 Rainbow for about 2 weeks, almost right to the last minute to get it out on time, to make sure they had pictures from the event and quick little interviews with Mark Siegel and everybody else. So I do remember the anticipation of the CoCo3 coming out and what was all coming with it and new software. And at the time, they announced kind of that OS 9 Level 2 was coming up, but I didn't really know too much about it. I played with Level 1, wasn't that impressed. And but it was a very exciting time. Like on CompuServer, that's all everybody was talking about for the next month or two. And then people started getting them in their hands at in late September, early October. So all of us jealous people that were watching other people, oh look, I did this graphic, and here's a little program I wrote that does 640 res graphics and stuff like that, and we're sitting here in our CoCo2s or CoCo1s waiting for ours to show up. So it was a lot of fun.
Great, and Richard Lorbieski just joined the panel. Hey, Richard.
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah.
Hey, Richard, talk to us about your 2 seaboards.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was one of the reasons I was trying to find pictures of them, and I can't locate them. But one of them I got from a user here. I don't want to mention his name because he kind of got bummed out when he found out it was a revision seat. But I did promise him if I ever sell it or get rid of it or die or whatever, he gets it back. So the other one I got from eBay, the guy got it from a scrap sale in Dallas, and this guy lives in Galveston, Texas, and he was going to scrap the board. He was actually going to tear it for extract the gold out of it, but he decided, well, I'm going to go ahead and try to put it on eBay first. And I saw it, and it was serial number 80, and I actually drove all the way to Galveston, which is about 250 miles away from me, to pick it up because I did not want it shipped. And it has a power. There's some problems with it. I haven't fixed it yet, but it has a lot of beta. The cable cord for the keyboard is different than your traditional CoCo keyboard, and there's just stuff in there that I've never seen on a Color Computer 1.
It's a 4K model, or
yeah, it's a 4K model.
Do you remember the number? Is this 3001 or?
Yeah, it's a 3001.
Yeah.
Both of these are 3001s that I have. Yeah. And the other one I have is a 16K, and it works. Well, it needs the RF modulator needs to be replaced because it's messed up. But the other one, like I said, serial number 80. I can't recall the other revision C.
Now, question for you, Richard. You mentioned in the chat on YouTube here about the way that Radio Shack did serial numbers was not exactly sequential. They would restart on new revisions, like for the product number, but you said they would just grab the latest, the nearest label roll and just start slapping them on like they weren't.
Yeah, that's basically what they did. I mean, they did it with the Model 3s. I had worked at Tandy Computer Assembly in San Antonio, and the way the serial numbers were done was according to the catalog number. It wasn't total units like this is the Color Computer line, so they would keep rolling out the same sequential serial number. And the other thing is they had multiple lines going. They didn't have just a single line where they would slap the label on sequentially. They would just like you were mentioning, they just took a label roll and they would slap whatever was available. They didn't really keep track of that, as far as serial numbers.
Yeah, the reason I asked is that you have serial number 80 and it's a C board, so one would presume that the earliest serial numbers would have been C boards. But I've actually seen the serial number 1, and it's a D board. That's the one that Lee Veal has.
Right. It's possible that what could have happened was that some of the boards they got recalled and they took all the C boards out and put D boards in there. Is what could have happened. The other thing is if it was in repair at one time, that C board could have been replaced.
Yeah, and as I was mentioned earlier, that if you wanted to get a 64 32K upgrade, a lot of the time they just, if you had a D or older board, they just swapped it out rather than doing all the soldering and requiring.
Yeah,
To fix it.
Right. Anytime I got a D board, I just kind of like ugh, and if the shop happened to have an E or an F board, I would definitely just swap it out to make it easier.
Great. Well, Ben Drake's just joined us in the chat. I was just about to ask him how old the dragon is, but I can ask the panel. What's the birthday for the dragon? When did that come out?
No, I don't even know it off the top of my head.
Well, it depends on which dragon we're talking about.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, Dragon 32 obviously would be the first one, but.
Well, then there's the Tano dragon, and then the Dragon 64, because I mean, Tano was here in the United States.
Didn't it come out as 16K first, or?
Nope.
Not even 4K.
Nope.
No.
No, I think it came out, what, 81 or 82, the first Dragon 32? And then the Tano and the 64 was in 82 or 83, I think.
Yeah,
Dragon 32, 82.
Ben's saying 82. So, happy birthday, 38th birthday to the dragon.
I would say I never learned about the dragon until almost 1990.
In my case, I learned it from Color Computer News because they actually made it the cover shot on one of their last issues when they announced that the dragon was coming out. So that was where I first heard of it.
So I watched a documentary on a dragon a few months ago, and it seemed to me that they said that they purposely built in upgrades to differentiate it from the CoCo so that Tandy would not be as upset about it or something like that. Like that's the reason they had different ports in that, right? That the CoCo didn't have, or something.
Yeah, it had an upgraded keyboard. It started at 32K. I think it even started with extended basic. I don't think they even offered a color basic option.
And then it had a serial port.
Yeah,
that's
the 64 added the parallel port and the serial port.
That's why they added. Yeah, those are the ports they added to differentiate it from the CoCo.
It was a nice machine. It was too bad the Tano one didn't take off in North America, but it didn't last too long there, except for the stock that California Digital was selling for years and years afterwards.
Oh, if only I would have known.
Yeah,
That's where I got mine.
I got one point. California Digital said, "Oh, we're gonna have a price increase." I'm like, "Buy now."
Yeah, I bought mine for $50.
I think mine was about the same.
Rob, you didn't tell me. Ron, I mean, you didn't tell me, man. I didn't know you back then.
No.
As far as the announcing date of the original Dragon 32, which would have been the first model, I don't know if that was in the summertime like Tandy did theirs, or if they picked a different time of the year. I'm not sure when it was officially announced.
And what is the explanation of the word Motorola reference? You know how
the reference design?
Yeah, being that most of the chips in the CoCo1 are Motorola's, and the same could be said for the Dragon, or
yeah. If you look at the schematic in Motorola's data sheet, the CoCo ain't far off of that.
Yeah,
so just adding a couple of serial ports and stuff made the Dragon much different, because the CoCo wasn't really much different than basically Motorola's reference, as I understand it.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
Well, the reason why they used Motorola quite a bit was the CoCo was originally a video text terminal, and it was named Project Green Thumb, I believe.
Yeah.
And what they did is Motorola came up with all the chips, and Tandy just, hey, this looks cool, and the cost is minimal, so they used all those chips. And so when they said, hey, you know what? Instead of having this built-in modem and all that, we could turn this into a color computer, a low-end computer for the kids, or you want to call it a gaming machine. And that's basically how the color computer came about.
You know what's interesting is the case had those cutouts for the mouse ports and stuff. It makes you wonder if they didn't, when they made the case for that, that they didn't already know that they were going to do a computer. You know, just a straight computer.
Oh, you're talking like the video text terminal case?
Yeah. They must have made that decision early.
Well, yeah, because it's not like you could 3D print a case. So if we're going to make a case mold, we're going to make this case mold fit everything we can possibly think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, case molds back then, well, even now, are extremely expensive, and they cost a lot of money to build, especially if you do a mass production like, you know, the color computer or any other computer lines. Typical case mold, from what I was told at Radio Shack, ran about anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 back then.
Yeah, that makes sense, because if they were planning, even if they did the video text terminal first, and they were starting to get into manufacturing of the actual, you know, beyond the prototype stage, and they were planning to come out with the color computer at that time, they probably would have designed the case knowing they were adding joysticks and you know, other things to it, serial ports, etc. So they would have made them one case design. I mean, even that one SCART CoCo we saw pictures of before, I think last week on the news, it was basically the same case as a CoCo, except it had a little block of plastic where the channel selector switch was, because of course SCART doesn't need that. So it was still basically the same case. They just, you know, left part of the mold and didn't punch it out, type thing.
Right.
It's cool that they painted it so all of these Model 1s aren't yellow. Keyboards might be, but
yeah,
their cases are in nice shape and they look good.
And I believe
go ahead.
I was going to say, I believe the Rainbow once said that silver was the contemporary Mercedes silver generic car paint. So you could actually repaint your case and it would still match your multi-pack and so forth. No, this is 35 years.
And it's the same as your Model 1 back there, isn't it? Same color?
It's the same color.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't differentiate, because they actually had a touch-up paint shop that fixed blemishes.
I know a lot of people back in the day referred to it as Radio Shack gray, because that was kind of part of their branding, was that silver for all of their
Battleship gray.
And that included printers.
Which I always wondered, because the Model 1 used an RCA TV and RCA used that sort of silver, did they actually paint their computers to match the RCA TV that they used for the monitor back there?
It could be. I don't know.
Yeah,
One wonders.
One wonders who was first.
Or was it joint decision?
RCA was first.
Yeah, they relied heavily on RCA. The Model 3s had RCA videos in there, and the
You mean
color,
tubes?
Yeah, the tubes, and they also had a little video controller, a miniature one. That was RCA. They used RCA, and they also used a Motorola one in the Model 2s, and then on the color computer, that color track, the monitor that they recommended, that was a RCA XL100, I believe.
And in fact, I had an RCA XL100 color television that was exactly the same color as this Model 1, and that's what made me believe that this might all be true.
If you like, I have a little extra show and tell that kind of goes along with the discussion that we're talking about right now with the CoCo 1 and its predecessor. I guess if you want to say predecessor, the video text. I have a little show and tell I could share with you guys right now.
Go for it.
Let me stop sharing your system sound and go ahead, Brian.
Okay, so I got this guy here, inbox. Whoop, is it coming through here? There we go. It's this thing here. It's I don't think it's ever been used. It has the manuals still taped, and all of its internal hardware. The video cord still has the rubber band around it. Even has a nice, pretty shiny. The switcher still has the tape on the back, so you can peel it off and stick it on your TV if you wanted to. And the one thing that doesn't seem to come up with the video text machines all the time is the cord. that you could actually attach to it. I'm not sure if that's coming through or not, but it's a cord that has a DIN plug on it. If it comes through there, it's basically like the one just like the cassette, and then it has the phone cord on the end of it. I have another video text machine that is it has the serial or it's that model. It's the 265000. This one here is actually a very similar model. The only thing this one here is like brand new, it's completely pristine. But I was kind of disappointed. I didn't notice it when I was looking at it though. It's missing the label. It must have came off at some point in time and was lost. But I've reached out to Carlos, and he's going to be ordering some badges, and he's going to try to make me a video text badge that I can stick on there.
Great.
But here's what you guys were talking about, though. You can see those cutouts there, like it was like this case was. They already had like the foresight that they were going to make this into a CoCo1.
Right. Awesome.
Yeah, that pretty well proves it, right? That they at least had the plans in place.
Let's see the sticker on the bottom.
Where do you live, Brian?
Oh, it has a service button too. 1177.
Yep.
And it says video terminal. Everything else is the same.
Yeah. Oops. There we go. There's a better shot. 1177. Yeah. So, but I mean, the cord, it even had kind of a little bit of a new computer smell to it when I opened it up too. So it was
so it has a light where the 4K would be?
Correct. Yep. That was your data light. So when you first turn it on, the light comes on and goes out.
What does it say? Data?
Yeah, it says data on it. And the way that it would work is once you dialed up and connected to a particular service, whatever that may be, when or while it's receiving data, this light is on, indicating that data is being received.
Did you look in the box to see if the label maybe fell off and was in the corner?
Oh yeah, I turned it inside out. I was really open, and I don't know if maybe
I would have done.
Yeah, I just don't know if the person that was that had it before, you know, maybe it had fallen off and they just I don't know what happened to it, but
maybe there's a story where they were shipped without them in the very beginning.
Well, I don't know. It has a little bit of that
glue,
that label residue right there. Yes.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. So,
what year did the video text come out?
It came out a few months before the CoCo1, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
1980, but earlier 1980.
Oh, early 80. Right.
Also, just an update on the Dragon 32. Frodo NL says that Dragon 32 release in Europe was August of 82.
Great.
So yeah, I just thought I was going to save it till later, but we were kind of talking about the ports and everything, and I thought that might be timely show and tell.
So the first Black Beauties we had for the CoCo1 came out pretty much at the same time, or what? Because we didn't have the big white ones, right? The craft ones.
Oh, you're talking about joysticks?
Yeah, when
they're Black Beauties at first.
When the one came out.
Black Beauties were released with the CoCo1 because you needed it to play the game cards. So.
With the metal shafts, right?
So,
yes.
So when did the fatter ones, the white ones, come out?
Probably around the CoCo2 era, I think.
Yeah,
so
like 83, 84.
Yeah.
Have to do some catalog digging for that one.
And those would have been the single button versions at that point, not the double buttons.
Yeah.
I wonder when the Black Beauty switched from the metal to the plastic.
That was around the F-board era, from what I remember, because a couple of my friends who got F-board CoCos in 82, 83 got the plastic ones, and the metal ones I remember being sold in 80, 81, maybe.
Yeah,
early
metal
82.
I don't see metal ones out in the wild at all. Just the plastic ones.
So did the Black Beauty exist anywhere else? Because, you know, the Deluxe was just a craft. Was the Black Beauty anything, or was that Tandy just made a joystick?
I think Tandy just made a joystick. I've never seen anything like that anywhere else. I mean, Dragon had kind of a clone, but it had the long handle part to hold on to.
There's been some variations. I know there's a TDP 100 version, a Tandy version, a version without Tandy on it, a version with Radio Shack on it.
Yeah, and then also the metal and plastic. The metal ones screwed on.
Yeah.
And the plastic ones were kind of like solidified on type thing.
Yeah, I have
Go ahead.
Yeah, I said I have a white Radio Shack 64K CoCo1.
Yeah, that was in '83. That was the same time OS9 Level 1 was released, and the CoCo2 is pre-announced. And I think, if I remember correctly, the 64K CoCo1, the white case one, was out about a month or 2 months before the CoCo2s actually came out in the stores.
Now, what about Nick Marotta? He says that he got his CoCo2. Was it before the 2s came out, and it looks like a 1? Explain.
Yeah. It was the large white case CoCo 2.
It came out as a 2.
Yeah.
But it was a 1.
Actually, that was released as a CoCo 1. I had one of those too.
Yeah. In North America, it was released as a CoCo.
Yeah,
it was called
yeah,
the
that's
64K
right.
color computer is what it was called.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But in Australia, you guys actually called it the CoCo2 right off the bat.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
How long was that on the market before the CoCo2 came out?
Not
2 months.
So it was just a stopgap product?
Kind of. I mean, they did sell it into early '83, or sorry, early '84, from what I remember. But basically, I think they're just trying to use up the old, motherboards and stuff.
Curtis, don't you think you said that they shifted to white plastic, and they just stopped painting them for the? Wouldn't that be what they did? Because they started with black plastic, then they went to white plastic, and then they just stopped painting them.
Well, I think they still paint. Do you remember, Chet? I can't remember. I remember it had a melted keyboard, but
they're not painted white.
Actually, that one wasn't painted. In fact,
Yeah,
I
it
remember
wasn't.
that. I remember when after a couple of years, where on the gray ones where you usually see the paint rubbed off, it was really smooth there, from the rubbing on it, but it was still very, very white. I mean, that it was solid white all the way through.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So that's what they did.
They used white pigment. That was what they did is they started switching from the Battleship Gray, and they started making everything white, and they still used the same molding on like the CoCo1. They just used white pigment instead of the black.
yeah, and I think the late silver ones were painted with the white plastic underneath, because I remember a friend of mine had it where it rubbed off and it was the white plastic underneath. And the CoCo, the 64K color computer was the one that actually just, as Chet and Nick mentioned, was just pure white plastic because there's no paint really.
That would be neat to see if any of you guys have a silver CoCo1 with white showing through. That'd be cool to look at. I've never seen one.
I have one sitting right here, actually.
Do you
But
really?
It's not rubbed off enough to really see it that well. We can try.
That was also when they converted from the Battleship Gray and the white case. They also, the tubes started, they shipped them out with the green instead of the white.
Let's see. I can't see.
Oh, it's a grey. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of a.
Hold on.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Who's holding up something? Oh, here we go.
Curtis.
There we go. Can't hear you, Curtis.
Sorry, I had muted when I was picking it up. Just trying to get a good angle here to.
Yeah, you can see it there. Yeah, you can see the gray underneath there, or the light gray.
Yeah, so it's a silver F board, and of course I've upgraded the keyboard to a CoCo3 keyboard in this case.
What's the switch?
That's part of some hardware upgrades that I was doing some help designing drivers for. I haven't got back to yet.
Billy burnt his hair.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that was a white plastic one. I knew quite a few people with F boards had the white plastic one.
What's the serial on that?
1384.
And that doesn't
Well, that kind
have
of proves
any
that the F board, when they switched that, they probably did restart the serial numbers again, as Richard has mentioned. Because that's actually a lower serial number than my original D board was, and this one's like several years younger, so they obviously restarted.
Here's another thing too, though. When they did the when they got rid of the black surround, and they made it just plain color, there's no matte on it, so it's like a different casting.
Yes, it's just like a plain flat plastic, not the grooved, etched one, or whatever you want to call it.
Who likes the original all black keyboard area? You know how the CoCo1 had the black area even on the case around the keyboard? Yeah.
That's what we were just talking about, actually, because that had that surface texture to it too. It wasn't just flat.
Yep. It looked better, I thought.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually, if you notice how the Tyros, I mean, a lot of people were mocking it because it had that grey, it was so old looking, and the chiclet keyboard, you know, it's not a real keyboard. Look at laptops nowadays. Silver and chiclet keyboards.
The CoCo's not only 30, to 40 years old, it's also 30 to 40 years ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Right.
We could look at
Started with gray, and then brown, beige, white, back to silver, right?
Of course, you could look at the 99.4A, which was stainless steel, absolutely beautiful, but an absolutely crap computer that needed a $10,000 development system to write a basic program in. I mean, it was...
Yeah.
So I'll take the CoCo with its various coatings and plastics. And
So was the TI and the CoCo the only silver computers ever that came out back then?
Well, Model
silver was hot at one
Oh,
time.
apart from the models, yeah.
Tandy, their whole line was silver
Yeah,
for a few years
yeah.
there. So
And there were MSX computers that were silver, I remember.
Oh, okay.
Timex Sinclair wasn't one of those silver.
Oh, Timex used silver.
Yeah, 15. The slightly later ones, 1500, 2068. Yep.
The not quite Spectrum and the
Right.
yeah, because the original ZX80 was kind of a whitish thing, and the ZX81 was black, wasn't it? The original?
Right.
Yeah.
There was a clone that was gray for a model, you know, first CoCo. I think Diego has one.
Not sure.
It's
You don't
like
mean
a
the
light gray.
CP400? That's
Yeah,
Brazil,
that's
right?
right. That was silver. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, one of the Brazilian clones.
Because the company that made the Timex Sinclair computers in South America actually used some of the same parts for the CP400. So if you had that CP400 and my Timex Sinclair 2068 next to each other, they'd look pretty similar.
Oh, I didn't know that. They actually shared parts then.
The telling part is the cartridge slot in the front where the door is. I could get that if you want.
Do you have one of each?
I don't have a CP400, but I have a 2068.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead and grab it.
Okay.
And then we'll mention the one other birthday while he's grabbing that there. I'm getting some echo back here again too. But anyway, it's also the 40th anniversary of the Basic 09 language from Microware, which was commissioned by Motorola and was actually developed before OS 9 itself was. They made this nice language, you know, structured and, you know, fast and, you know, data types, complex data types, quite a good language. And then they decided, you know, we should make an operating system around this, and that's when OS 9, you know, got started. But Basic 09 came out first, actually.
How much time between the two?
Well, they ended up doing almost a simultaneous release. It's just when when Motorola commissioned them to make it as a show-off piece for the 6809, they decided internally, well, we should make an operating system to go along with it.
So does that mean at one point they plan to have Basic 09 run under RS-DOS?
No, there was meant to be more like Microsoft Basic, like on a ROM, where you just, here's Basic.
Okay.
Anyway, Mikey, you want to show that off?
Yeah,
Since you've got
I
it?
have the Timex Sinclair 2068.
There it is.
And what I was talking about was the CP400 has a door similar to this one on it. So this is the cartridge slot for program packs go in here. There's a separate slot in the back for expansion, like if you have the printer or you know, later have like a micro drive or anything. That one goes in the back here. They had very, very few cartridge slots, you know, program packs that go into the front here. And I think if you get to turn this into a Spectrum, I think the ROM for that, don't remember if it plugs in here or it's actually an internal one. But CP400 is maybe not exactly the same as this 2068, but at least it shares a lot of the design, you know, design cues from it. So
Well, that's a Z80 though, right?
this one is an how did Rick put it? Almost Spectrum, but not quite. Yeah, so it's Z80.
Thanks. Cool.
Any other shared thoughts on either the on Base CoCo9 or on the CoCo1 or the CoCo3 that are celebrating their birthdays yesterday and the day before?
I've got to say, I really enjoyed how much of a database is built into Basic 09 with the data types and stuff. It just, I love that language. I wrote so many things in Basic 09.
Yeah, I mean, our work from 1989 through 2002, that's pretty well what we wrote everything in. We did some assembly subroutines for, you know, speeding up printer stuff, but all the core data, because we wanted something that was rapid development. Unlike, you know, doing serious assembly, which takes a little bit longer to develop and debug and make sure, because we were very, you know, time focused. You had to get stuff out really quick. So we used Basic 9 pretty well exclusively, all the programmers on staff, until we switched off onto PCs.
Do you think that would have been as beginner friendly as regular Basic though? I mean, it was powerful, but it was also.
It could be. I mean, it was meant to be somewhat backwards compatible with older Basics. Like it did accept line numbers. I mean, it wasn't recommended. You were supposed to, you know, do things the Pascalish type of way. And if you could make the basic, you could use the basic functions that your normal Microsoft Basics had. There was a few syntax differences, you know, on some certain instructions, but basically you had the full thing there. But yeah, you had so much more powerful stuff like complex type declarations and running system calls and stuff. So you could get complicated if you want, but it wasn't necessary for you to just write a basic program.
Like you had to declare your variables, right? You had to type them, didn't you? I can't remember.
No, it would default. Now, some of its defaults were a little bit limited, like strings defaulted to 32 characters maximum.
Okay.
Unless you dimmed it to something larger. But on the other hand, you could make a 32K string and it actually would work.
Right. Okay.
So when the CoCo1 came out and it had these draw statements for basic, some of the other computers didn't really have those things, or what? Was it the extended basic that had that?
Yeah.
And so you would be using that on the CoCo and you'd go to another machine and you'd find that there wasn't any? How did that work?
It was a disappointment for me because I read the CoCo manuals in the store, the extended basic manuals, and I was fiddling with them. And this is before I had a CoCo. And I was, you know, there was, you know, Circle and Paint and all this other fancy stuff there. And then when the school upgraded from the PET to the Apple II, here's a color computer. Here, it has color. That's what I thought. You know, I didn't know about branding. And then I'm sitting there, you know, looking through the manual, and all you can do is you can turn the high-res graphics mode on. You can change the color. You can draw a dot, or you can draw a line. That's it. No circle, no paint, no page flipping, no nothing. I was like, what? So yeah, I was a bit disappointed by that.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think Rick,
I remember using.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I remember using graphic programs to cheat. So if I was designing a game or something, I could draw a graphic screen so I had paint line intersections and things, and I didn't have to do all this math myself. And I thought that was great, especially after looking at a Commodore where, you know, Jack never paid for extended basic, so everything was just pokes and crap. And wow, this is cool. And that's one of the reasons I bought a CoCo2 instead of something else when I did that.
And along the same lines, like Robert Murphy mentions in the chat here, CoCo Basic was like an early version of something like GWiz Basic, GW Basic later on the PC, and that's actually true. Even some of the syntax is the same. I mean, the resolution's obviously a little bit different and stuff, but a lot of the syntax actually, like the screen command and stuff, with some extra options came across. So it was definitely based on the extended basic that Microsoft had done earlier for the CoCo.
So is it true that Mr. Microsoft wrote ours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote the base of it, and he actually did a couple of custom routines for it too, which Eric Gavriluk mentioned in Nick Marotta's interview with him in the Coconuts book.
Oh, so yeah, I was wondering if he's ever mentioned it before. The actual said the words color computer.
I think he has.
Yeah. Wow.
The rumor was for a while that the very last CoCo, or the very last basic that Bill Gates personally wrote, was on the CoCo. That was later proven to be a little bit inaccurate. The very last routine he did was for the Model 100, actually, another Tandy product. Well, sort of, but the Tandy sold product anyway. But yeah, he did do some actual tweaks to the basic in the CoCo specifically. They had a generic basic that they kind of just ported between CPUs and stuff that he helped write with Paul. But he did do some tweaking on the CoCo version itself.
Did Microsoft write the color basic?
Yep.
They did that because on the TRS-80 Model 1, where they had level 1 basic and level 2. Level 1 wasn't a Microsoft basic; it was based on something else.
Yeah, no, the CoCo, all the ROM
It was
basics,
always
disk basic,
Microsoft,
extended
yeah.
basic, color basic are all Microsoft. Microware, of course, did the patches on the CoCo3, but it was still the basic from Microsoft underneath that had to get patched.
And when you say patched, what kind of things did they have to change? Were there?
Well, basically, what happened was that Tandy approached Microsoft. Can you do super extended basic for the CoCo3 for all our new modes? And they kind of went no. And also, you're not allowed to change our ROMs. So it was kind of a licensing problem. So Motorola or Microware, to get around that, had to have the stock CoCo 1 and 2 ROMs in the CoCo3, and then an extended ROM after that manually put everything into RAM and then patched it all to properly run CoCo3 basic. It was all a licensing problem, really. It was the whole reason that happened.
So that's in the ROM though, the extended on the 3.
Yeah, you can actually bring up the
Extended.
original stock CoCo3 ROMs if you kill the RAM mode off and just map the ROMs in.
In ROM is the CoCo 1 and 2 ROMs.
Yes.
It gets
Well,
copied
there's
to
CoCo
RAM.
1 and 2 ROMs, and then the patching program that's part of the.
It gets
extended
copied to RAM, and then it gets altered to give you all the CoCo 3 functionality.
Yeah.
As part of the boot up process for the CoCo.
Correct.
And I'm just explaining it to her. So
Okay.
that's how it works. That's what patching is.
Hmm.
So it runs from RAM patched.
Which
Altered.
ironically was actually helpful for a lot of basic programmers, because I mean the old ROMs, I mean you if you had 64K, you could copy them into RAM and you'd patch the basic there too. But on the CoCo3, that came stock standard. And there's like pokes that Paul Thayer and others have used. You modify a couple bytes here and there in super extended basic, and now you can, kick in a graphic screen without automatically clearing it first. So if you wanted to preload a disk file with an image, you can do that. And there's patches for like how get put buffers work, so you can kind of do sprite-like type stuff. And it's actually was kind of handy. I mean, you were getting back into the Commodore world of poking everything, but it was to give you some extra functions that the basic didn't have built in.
So tell me about ADOS. When that came out, that was pretty exciting.
I wasn't around at the beginning of ADOS, so I couldn't tell you too much. I know Art Flexer did it, and he kept upgrading it as he went. It supported bigger drives and things, but that's.
But that was basically an add-on to, and they're using the all RAM mode to do that, right? Basically.
No, it depended. You could load it in RAM if you had 64K, but he sold it as an actual ROM. It's a disk basic ROM chip with 16K on it instead of 8, with a bunch of extra functions.
So those are basically patches the same as what you're explaining earlier?
No, that's more of an extension. It replaces the disk basic ROM with a different one that has more functionality than the disk basic ROM did, but it didn't patch. The way Microsoft Basic was set up was with hooks, so you could add in new chips and new functions. Like that's how Color Basic worked with Extended. It had all these little RAM hooks built in, saying if we want to do a print routine, you're going to go over here in the ROM and do print. Well, in Color Basic, that was basically your screen, your cassette, and your printer. When you added Disk Basic, now you added in functionality through the hook to go through Disk Basic ROM first and say, well, now I can print disk files. And then I'll go back to the regular ROM so you can do your regular stuff you were normally printing. So they made all these hooks so you could build in add-ons. And ADOS, amongst many others too, like JDOS and a bunch of others, all had these little RAM hooks changed to code them first, add in these new functions you could do, and then come back and finish off with any regular basic depending on what you were trying to do.
Well,
probably going in the weeds here a little bit, but
yeah.
Well, it explains it better.
No problem. Well, Ron, you're always good about letting us know when it might be time to take a break. And
are my eyes yellow?
Well, I'm kind of feeling that way. So why don't we take a commercial? We will come back with more goodness here from CoCoTALK, including a special Coco Thoughts. So we'll be right back after this.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast, featuring a Tandy color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the CoCo3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian CoCo2, the Radio Shack.
CoCo2, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et dans le pion. Pour le jeu, il n'y a pas d'attente, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion, il a ça, les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre Coco est programmable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac. Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le CoCo2 de Radio Shack. En solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95. CoCo2 de Radio Shack, ton affaire est dans le sac, c'est toi et CoCo2.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. If you're using your color computer in Quebec and it stops working, is it now a CoCo won't do?
8-slot MPI, floppy drive, CoCo SDC, Sound Speech Pack, Orchestra 90, RS-232 pack, modem pack, Super IDE. You start adding all those together if you want them all usable at the same time. Well, guess what? You just went over the 4-slot MPI.
Hi, this is Chris Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people, and a lot of us are here down at the CoCo Fest, having a great time. It's the second day, and we're just about done, so you guys have to come out next year.
All situations depicted in this trailer actually happened. This true story has been anonymized to protect the guilty. Starting in the dead of winter, a group of bored teenagers blew stuff up, learned code cracking, learned phone freaking, hijacked and hacked. No system was safe. No one could catch them, or so they thought. True story at the dawn of the internet. System hacked.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
And we're back. Welcome back to CoCoTALK, where we're celebrating the 40th birthday of the TRS-80 color computer and Basic 09. 38th birthday of the Dragon computer, 34th birthday of the Tandy Color Computer 3. And I believe, Nick, we have a special CoCo Thoughts today. And we're gonna go play that and then come back and discuss that. Is that about right?
Yep.
All right, everybody. Samuel Gimes always has a lot on his mind, and Samuel Gimes has lately been joining the High Score Challenge, and it's really inspired him. So let's hear what he has to say about. I don't think I'm giving away anything, Nick, by saying this is about bomb threat.
No, that's fine. That's totally fine. Yes.
So let's hear Sam Gimes. Here we go.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
Hold it. Sorry, folks. No CoCo Thought this week. Times being how they are, I've had to take another part-time job. So, well, I'll see you when I see you.
See me ride out on my forklift in my massive new DC, moving all the packages. I can guarantee pallets to the left of me and pallets to the right. Ain't got no suit, ain't got no bot. The fuse was a night. It's a big bomb threat. There's dynamite. Big bomb threat. And I'm in a fright. Big bomb threat. Here's another load. Big bomb threat. Watch it explode. I'm nervous, tense, and mighty concerned. I'm a frightened man. Who is shipping all these bombs? I don't understand. So order some movies, order a knife, order a noodle or a drum and a fife. Reason is out of town. This stuff has messed me round. It's a big bomb threat. There's dynamite. Big bomb threat. And I'm in a fright. Big bomb threat. Here's another load. Big bomb threat. Watch it explode. Big bomb threat. 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 There's dynamite. Big bomb threat. And I'm in a fright. Big bomb threat. Here's another load. Big bomb threat. Watch it explode.
Oh my word.
I think we need to get a review of that one from Nick Marotta, since that's a spoof of a popular Australian band.
You know, I had to put my
That was
dogs
a
outside.
DCAC song.
DCAC.
Yeah.
Hey, did someone call a third alarm for the dumpster fire?
You really have to watch out for that Ark of the Covenant.
Yes.
Wow, I'm speechless. I think we're all a little concerned about Samuel Gimes. This is a tough gig. His new part-time job that he took. Robert Murphy in the chat says, I'm worried more about Samuel Gimes lately than I usually am. Someone needs to head over there on a health and welfare check.
I feel bad that we're profiting off his breakdown. That's what gets me, but I'm sure it'll pass.
I think we need a trip to Nightmare Highway.
Wow.
Thank you, Samuel. Again, you do a really great job in encapsulating the spirit of these games and the questions we all have on our minds. Who is shipping these bombs? I don't know.
Who are these people?
What's the deal?
What's the deal with the people shipping bombs? Who are these people?
Go ahead, tell them to stop. Go ahead, tell them.
Well, it's just hard to continue after that video, but...
Oh, you mean Jason?
Yeah, Jason, tell them to stop.
Stop
right there.
That's it.
If you're gonna start news, I'm gonna have to watch this guy operate the PDP-8. and the teletype machine.
Are you talking about the VCF stuff?
VCF West.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds like you're distracted, Mikey. Maybe you
Yeah.
want to change.
Well, you
wanna
guys
change
can
the
watch
channel.
too.
All right, well, we're not there
We're
yet,
kind of
Mikey.
doing a show right now, Mikey.
We're kind of
Yeah.
in the middle of a show.
Sorry, we're a little busy right now.
But I'm sure it'll all be on demand. We'll talk about VCF later in the Caboose. But I think, Nick, we want to do a little bit of your the high score video announcements. Do we need any prep for this? Do you want to talk about
No,
the
I'm
scores?
ready to roll the video, and then we'll talk about the game afterwards.
See you on the other side.
There's no more.
High Score Challenge.
Nick Marotta.
Oh, welcome to the GameON results. This week we had 13 people playing Bomb Threat. Brian Weisler with 6,200. Our Alan Murphy, 8,600. Rogelio Perea, 22,300. Brian Schubring, 23,550. Jim Rye, 40,850. OG Stevie Stroh, 44,050. Tom C, 68,750. Canadian Retro Things, 81,500. Me, 89,200. David O'Connor, 127,950. Buck Owens, 270,200. Mr. Dave 6309, 378,800. And the number one score this week was Frodo with 1,014,050. Thank you so much for all the participants this week. Yes, you heard that correct. You got 1 million.
And you
1
had to do math to
million
figure out the
points.
score too. That was the fun part.
I'm going to go ahead and can I take control there, Rob?
Of course. Just a second. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. So can you see my browser?
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, Mr. Frodo got 1 million, and word of his 4-hour gaming marathon got out there, and because of that, we have a sponsor this week. Depends for when you can't get away from your game because there's no pause. So and you don't want. So yes, he played for 4 hours this week. And,
But the game was 4 hours. He played more than that.
no, yeah, his one game was 4 hours.
So the Nick, the answer to if there's no pause, can you still go to the bathroom? It depends. Is that...
That's correct. So this is this is Frodo's first part of his gameplay early on, and so yeah, well, let's just play for a bit while Rick Adams couldn't be here, so I did talk to him a little bit about the game and asked him a couple questions, and some of the tidbits that I got out of talking with him. The original inspiration for this game was those 15 slider puzzles that you see. We got to put the numbers in order. That was one inspiration. Pengo was another thing that was in his mind. And then another one he forgot the name of, but I'm thinking there was a game called Sokoban, which involved moving crates around and stuff. So I'm kind of wondering if that might have been it. I asked him what Tandy's reaction to this game was, because he submitted this game to Tandy unsolicited. And so they expressed interest. But they weren't as enthusiastic about it as Temple of Rom. They said they made a couple of suggestions, one of which was to add a block that would defuse a bomb that it touched, which he didn't like that idea. And he kind of waited, and they didn't really respond to him. And then finally, they said they weren't going to go ahead with it because the CoCo3 was looming at the time, and they were starting to take interest in promoting the CoCo3 games instead. He tried shipping it around to a couple third parties, and nobody nobody bit. So this game ended up not being released. And when he got back into the scene, and he was looking recently, he was looking for the disc that had the game on it and couldn't find it. And then his kids remembered that there was a VCR recording of them playing the game back in the day. So Rick found the VCR tape, and recreated the game based on the footage of that recording. And I asked
from scratch.
I asked him, did any of the old code come to your mind as you were recording, as you were recreating it? He said, no, not really. So he basically, it was a total recreate. There were some aspects he couldn't replicate. The sound was done by altering the DA converter during the draw loop for the blocks. So if you pushed an increasing number of blocks, the sound got lower in pitch because of moving more around. At first he thought that was a bug, but he realized that made sense because as the forklift was pushing more blocks, it would slow down. But as he recoded this version, that didn't happen. He coded it differently, so he had to actually artificially add a sound altering routine to make the tractor forklift sound lower as it was pushing more. He used the video to analyze the size of the blocks, and he coded using a CoCoPi as his coding environment. And then he eventually got a CoCo3 from Henry Reitveld, which was upgraded and whatnot. And I asked if he had any game ideas percolating currently. So he's finishing OmniStar right now. He's got a couple other ideas after that, but they're vague at this point. And I asked if he had to relearn anything when getting back into back into the CoCo, and he said, yeah, he did. He had to relearn a lot of his assembly language stuff, but the basic instruction set was still in his head after all these years. So, and he did an interview with Stevie a while ago. I'm going to post when I can. I'll paste the link in the chat. But he answered some of this stuff was in that interview along with other stuff. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So now for this video that we're watching now, there were a couple of milestones that were pointed out to me. So I'm just going to fast forward to, hold on, give me a sec. Let's go to 235. So keep an eye on the score. Oh, let me fast forward a little bit more. This is we're still about a minute out.
You taking us to the million?
No, we're taking you to the wrap over.
The wrap over. It's not a million. Is it playing?
Yeah, I think. Oh no, it wasn't. Sorry. So watch the score.
So the wrap over, because of the way he coded the score, it actually wraps at 65,535, which is of course to the 16th.
Yeah, it's an unsigned 16-bit number. He had a hard-coded 0 on the end of the score, for the tens. It never changes. So basically, he's got 5 digits up to 65535, which is when a 16-bit number wraps over, and that's exactly what happened there.
So it actually sparked a discussion in Discord about that, and I think he's gonna at some point maybe go back and change some of the stuff. But for now, that's what happens.
But I will mention, because some people might not know this, but Frodo, for his 1 million score, actually took the original 655350 and added it to what his eventual second round score to get the million. So it's a legitimate million. It's not a
actually Frodo at first assumed it wrapped at 99.9 because he wasn't paying full attention, and then Rick came in and said no, actually it wraps at 65,535. So Frodo did compute the proper score. This contest is on the up and up. We don't want any
hate mail,
any scandals. Okay, so let me bring you to another checkpoint, another milestone here. Okay, so 332. So this is going to be going to level 129.
9.
Something kind of interesting happens at level 129.
All right.
So this is finishing up 128.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Game kind of gets easy again. I don't know what. I don't know why.
I'd say a signed 8-bit number for the level would be my guess.
Yeah. But the easiness doesn't last long, because when we go up to, okay, it's a 355. 8. Sorry, I'm talking to myself here, which is. Oh, sorry. Okay, so he's finishing this level, and now we're going to be starting level 145 after this is cleared off. And you'll see the difficulty seems to jump back up again. So that's right.
Very good.
My timing got all messed up.
No problem. Are you going to be announcing the next week's game?
Yeah, just a sec.
All right.
No, you should keep that to yourself, Nick.
Yeah.
That way no one can beat you.
Take your time, Nick, by the way. We don't...
Sounds like you're rushing him.
I'm sitting here watching the same screen.
No, I just wanted to show you what happens to the next level. Anyway, it's okay. These were milestones that Frodo had pointed out.
I'm just teasing.
I just kind of wanted to show them off.
Yeah, no.
It was kind of like a jump scare there, wasn't it? 3 bad guys, 5,000 bad guys.
We also have to mention Frodo's technique, his basic premise of how he gets the good scores, because he mentions it in chat here. So.
Okay, now we're at the right time. So level 145, and you'll see the difficulty jumps back up.
Oh my goodness.
That was a jump scare.
As he said, at this point, basically it's luck. And he got to level 147, and he kind of little lapse of concentration, and he ended up.
Yeah, because at this level, you're so packed in with squares that are filled up, you basically have to let some bombs explode and hope to God they're not right near you when you're stuck in a place you can't move.
So, yeah, so usually at this point we talk about anybody who played the game, if they had any feedback on the game, what they thought, what they liked. So the one thing we kind of found for scoring challenges, currently the way the game is coded, you only really have to save one crate to keep going. So in theory, you can play very conservatively and keep playing for a long time.
Yeah, and along that line, Frodo mentions in chat here, and this is a technique, like a mindset of playing the game that I wouldn't have thought of. And I have played the game. I didn't get a chance to play it this week because my day yesterday I was going to be playing it actually got kind of messed up. But he mentions that the secret is basically when playing, I basically concentrate only on saving the forklift. He's not even concerned about the packages. I mean, obviously you need one to survive to the next level.
You need one to survive, yeah.
Yeah, but basically you're protecting the forklift so you're not near a bomb when it goes off. And that's a totally different mindset from what I was trying to do, and I never got scores anywhere near this when I played it. So I bow to the master, Frodo NL, on this one.
Well, I did ask him to show us what happened at level 256, but that didn't. I'm just kidding. I said, wait, you don't have 8 hours to spare?
Maybe we send him some Depends.
There we go.
I think it'd be cool.
Well, he did mess up one. He did lose one life going to get tea, so we have to actually send him a travel mug.
Go ahead.
And a USB cup warmer.
Brian, were you saying something?
Well, I was going to say, do you have to be? Is it one crate's width away from the bomb to not explode, or is it two?
Couple.
Right?
Look like it's about 2. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever played the game before, and I only had a little bit of time to play, and that was the score that I was able to achieve. But I was trying to figure out what's the right strategy and to play the game. Moving things around, and I tried a couple different joysticks too. I don't know if anything really worked better for me or not.
Yeah, I like the digital control pad, the Sega control pad. What else do people were using?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I was using the Sega, but one thing that would be nice, because once you get the bombs all in a certain place, or you really can't do anything with the bombs, you're just sitting there waiting for them to go off. Which it would be cool if you could stack a certain number of boxes together and collect the points early, so you would still have stuff to do while you're waiting for all the bombs to go off. Because at some point you're just sitting there and you can't do anything. But if you had like motivation, where okay, if I put 5 squares in a row, I'll instantly get those points, then you would have a motivation to continue to move stuff around while it's while the bombs are going off.
Well, in Discord, we were giving some unsolicited improvements to Rick as developers love. So, if you were interested in doing a sequel to Bomb Threat, incorporating a couple of whatever, I'd definitely be interested in buying it. So, because this is a really cool game.
Yeah.
And as Frodo NL points in the chat here too, it's good to have these places where you actually sit around and stuff, because it gives you time to go pee or get tea. So.
Well, that's true. That's true. I never really thought about that. Without a pause, you kind of need that time.
So, anybody else, or are we?
Well, if we're gonna suggest feature creep, maybe a pause function.
Wimps.
Yes.
You're not a real gamer if you're not willing to go in your own pants just to make a high score.
That's right. That's what the pens are for. Come on.
That's right.
All right. So thanks, guys, for taking part, and thank you, Frodo, for all your hard work. And it was a lot of fun.
Actually, there's an update from Frodo in the chat here too. He says Rick's already gotten rid of most of the bugs apart from the score rollover, and Frodo's been helping him beta test the new version the past few days.
Ooh, interesting. I had no idea that was actually happening.
It doesn't have a pause feature.
Maybe there will be a Bomb Threat 2 Electric Boogaloo coming.
Or at least a 1.1, yeah.
All right. You're here first again. Sorry, this menu keeps popping up on me, covering what I want to do. Okay, so are we ready to talk about next week's game?
No, keep it to yourself.
I'm just going to skip it.
Go for it, Nick.
All right, so next week's game will be... Anybody recognize that?
CASHMAN.
That's right. CASHMAN. I think it's one of the top platformers for the CoCo. Based loosely perhaps on Jumpman for the Commodore.
And Atari and etc. Yeah. But it is a little bit different. It's not exactly the same. So
there is a CoCo3 patched color palette version, but one thing you can do with this actually is hit the space bar. It puts it in P mode 3, and then you can do your own palette modifications.
Yeah, and that's how most of the Dragon players played it.
So that's going to be our game for next week. Just start on the we'll start right from the beginning and go as far as you can and get the highest score you can, and that's it.
Cool. Well, Stevie just joined the panel. I don't know if Stevie, if you had any comments on the Samuel Grimes video, the game Bomb Threat, or next week's game of CASHMAN.
Actually, I'm just tuning in, so I missed it all.
Oh, well, good. Where were you?
Okay, we'll start from the beginning. Okay, Rob, can you roll the...
Okay. Thanks for everybody for coming to rehearsal.
Well, I'm going to replay the Samuel Grimes video, so you'll get to see that.
And before you do that, I'll just say thank you guys for another week, and I look forward to this week's gaming. And
yeah, I'm going to make darn sure I play this one. This is one of my favorites from back in the day, especially when you get to the super hard levels past level 41, where you have invisible squares and just all kinds of things get thrown at you type thing, and it gets very, very difficult. I don't know. I don't even know how many levels are in the game. I think the highest I've ever made is 47 or
40
something.
Yeah.
Nick, you made it sound interesting, and you did well explaining stuff about Rick Adams.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Made it interesting.
Anybody want to send me positive feedback like Ron just did? Please.
Anyone? Anyone?
I can provide you with some feedback, Nick, as always.
Oh.
I thought you looked amazing in that Tiger Beat magazine cover.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought hard about cutting my hair. It was a really hard decision because it became a thing, but it was just too hot. Temperature wise and apparently physically wise.
Looks wise, yeah.
Looks wise.
More ways than
So,
one.
sorry. Let me kill the share here.
All right. Well, let me.
So thanks, guys.
Okay, we're going to reshare system sound.
Woo.
So why don't we take a look at Samuel Gimes, who I am feeling stress from Samuel Gimes' new job, especially now that we've seen how dangerous it is. But
he had to try a job in a nightclub or something because he certainly can't sing.
Oh no!
Oh!
Whoa!
No thanks.
Ron.
Okay, Simon Cowell.
Not my kind.
Ron, I mean,
Sorry.
He's got bombs exploding to the left of him and to the right.
They should keep it in bombs.
All right. Well,
harsh.
Ron Delvaux, everybody.
Not my favorite.
Not his favorite. All right, we're going to hear from Samuel Gimes, and then a commercial, and we'll come back with some news with L. Curtis Boyle. So
yeah, I'll do the gaming news first, just to kind of keep it in sequence with the gaming part, and then we'll go on to the regular news after that.
All right. Well, if you're not Ron Delvaux, you might want to watch this video again.
This is a perfect time for a pee break for you, Ron.
All righty.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Hold it. Sorry, folks. No Coco Thought this week. Times being how they are, I've had to take another part-time job. So, well, I'll see you when I see you.
It's a big bomb threat. There's dynamite. Big bomb threat. And I'm in a fright. Big bomb threat. Here's another load. Big bomb threat. Watch it explode. I'm nervous, tense, and mighty concerned. Who is shipping all these bombs? I don't understand. So order some movies, order a knife, order a noodle or a drum and a fife. Reason is out of town. This stuff has messed me around. It's a big bomb threat. There's dynamite. Big bomb threat. Big bomb threat. Here's another load. Big bomb threat. Watch it explode. Big bomb threat. 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 There's dynamite. Big bomb threat. And I'm in a fright. Big bomb threat. Here's another load. Big bomb threat. Watch it explode.
return after these messages.
Hey, this is Eric, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here with you. And in case you didn't know, I've actually got merchandise, right? So I've got now 2 DVDs. This was my first DVD I released last year for the 25th anniversary last Chicago CoCo Fest. This features 20 videos and 3 hours of color computer game videos. This is my second DVD. This is a brand new one for the 2017 last Chicago CoCo Fest. And this one features 13 brand new color computer gameplay videos that you won't see anywhere else. RoboCop. Ooh, RoboCop. Gotcha, sucker. This is not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, I did it. Oh, freaking right. Look at that. I made it past yellow belt. Very cool. Oh, crap. I am getting the crap freaking bombed the hell out of me here. Okay, the square guy looks kind of like a puckering sphincter. All right, there we go. Game over.
Oh, that didn't last long.
That's what she said. Okay, so I've got to jump over the spikes and under the ball. So, if you like my videos and you want to help support a starving artist, head on over to 8bit256.com and grab yourself a copy of one or both of these DVDs because they're both awesome. And if you like color computer gameplay videos, you might like these DVDs. So check them out. Thanks for watching my videos, everybody.
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Very scared you, didn't I? Hello there, it's me, Simone, all the way from Melbourne to you, my darling, and congratulations on your talk show, CoCoTALK. Oh my God, that's so exciting. I don't think I'd ever be good at a talk show. I just don't have anything ever to say, ever. Just can never think of things to say. It's just like, just no words ever come out of my mouth. It's just very embarrassing. It's just silence all the time. My darling, I hope you're having a fabulous day. From me to you, bye.
Extended Color Basic, combined with a disc controller, brings you
Disc Extended Color Basic. Direct access to your floppies. Direct access to all of your hardware resources.
Deck B on your color computer.
Deck B washes away the competition.
Hello, this is Grant Leedy with CoCoTALK. Got your CoCo3 yet?
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
I just have to say it's almost sacrilegious to have that particular ad playing inside the Nitrous 9 frame you've got going here. So just thought I'd mention that. Actually, it's funny.
Deck B.
Deck B, where the clear key actually clears the screen.
Deck B the halls.
All right, Curtis, you want to take over? And
We'll go to the gaming news first, just to kind of keep in the game theme after the bomb threats. So.
Okay, so I want to post the link. So where should I start on your updated link?
The GameON news, which is the second or third chunk down near the bottom.
Okay.
I'll just kind of roughly go in order there.
I will start there. If you want to share.
Yeah, I'm just working on just remembering to put my share sound on. We should just default to that, but. And
we're professional show, ladies and gentlemen.
I think you're in the wrong show, Nick.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, I was watching the VCF feed with.
I see. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Hey, can you guys see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's a nuclear green.
Yep. In honor of the 40th birthday of the CoCo, this is kind of like the happy birthday screen. So first up, Jim Gerrie has been a pretty busy little lad here the last week. He's got multiple games that he put up. So this first one here is a missile command on the MC10. And this requires the MCX 128 because it uses some higher res graphics and probably the extra memory as well. This one, it was originally by a guy named Andrew Black, and it was in Dragon User Magazine in 1983, so it's a nice time to the Dragon as well. Gameplay is a little different than the Missile Command in the arcade. You've got a cursor velocity since the MC10 by default doesn't have joysticks or even joystick ports. So their trails stay behind after you kill one. You'll notice it kind of stays there on the screen, kind of giving you this debris trail like you would see. And the lines aren't straight, whatever angle it picks at the beginning when it comes on the screen. It doesn't go straight to that angle like the regular Missile Command does. It actually wanders around. It's almost like a semi-intelligent bomb, which gives it a lot more of a challenge too. So as you can see here, it gets hard to hit because it'll suddenly zig left when you're trying to shoot it, thinking it's still going to the right or something like that. So it's quite the challenging version of the game, but pretty good for the MC10. So that was his first one. The next one up, this is actually a pretty impressive looking one too. It's called Cave Raid. And this is an original game he and his son did. You'll see in the credits there, Jim and Charlie, for the MC10. So it's loosely based on Scramble, where you're going through a scrolling cave, but you're having to collect some objects and shoot some objects, or avoid objects, I should say. You don't really do any shooting and bombing. You also have to navigate the cave walls. So, but this is all written in BASIC. There's no assembly language subroutines here. So I was curious as to how he actually, got the scrolling at a fairly decent speed in BASIC. And he actually used a technique that I'd done years ago and forgotten about. So silly me. But basically, you build a string of your entire cave thing, of each row of the cave, and then you just do a mid string at the starting position, comma 32. So you're just printing the mid string 1, comma 32, then 2, comma 32, 3, 32 for each line. And as you print them on the screen, basically you're going through your scrolling map. It even allows you to go both directions if you wanted to. So, but it's a pretty cool looking game for the MC10. And this one does not require the MCX. And there's, I think, 3 levels in it too, and there's some other things that happen in the later levels that I won't tell you. You'll have to try the game yourself. And then he also did one called Red Alert. And this is a port from the original TRS-80 Space Adventures book, which I think, Brian Weezer, I think you've shown that on the show before, if I remember correctly. Fast forward a bit there we go. So it almost looks like a River Raid style game, but you have to like go to the side and gather, like shoot sideways to gather some of these objects, the @ signs, while navigating this, corridor that gets narrower as you progress levels, and you get to shoot, other objects that are trying to get at you too. So his theme this week seems to have been scrolling games. He's got a sideways scroller and a vertical scroller. And different colors as you go through in the different levels. And then the last one he did, and I think this actually might have been out in time for me to put on last week. I think I just missed it. But and I don't have the video of this one handy, but it's available for download on the MC10 group. And it's this one was actually scavenged from the Alice, which is the red MC10 clone from France. And it's as he called it, a weird puzzle game. And I unfortunately haven't had a chance to play it, so I'm not really sure what the rules or anything are on this one, but it's available for download on the MC10 Facebook group if you guys want to try it out. So 4 games from Jim this week.
Cool.
Wow.
The man's a machine. He's the
Yes.
Ed Snyder of the MC10 software world.
There's an MC10 resurgence going on, so
yeah,
it's pretty interesting.
Next up, Erico, who's been working on this semi-graphics 4-based fighting game with some incredible animations for that mode, actually put up his first official blog post of it, kind of explaining what he's doing and what he's attempting to do, the fact he's using XWork for the development, etc., and then showing some of the sample code and how the graphics work, so people that are reading this and aren't familiar with the MC10 or the CoCo, understand how the graphics mode work and what some of the limitations are. So it's a pretty good article for a start, and he also shows some of the games that kind of inspired him to do this. There's an Apple one too. But then he actually released a video of the work in progress here. It's only 56 seconds. I think I played all the way through. So he's actually got some sound effects from BASIC using the play command. That actually sounds pretty good. I know he's been talking a little bit with Simon. If you can keep the speed of the game up, Simon has that background 2-voice music player that runs on the CoCo 1 and 2 too. So he might, if he has enough CPU time left over, actually try to get background soundtrack running while you're playing the game, which would be really awesome. So we'll keep you posted on that. But the animations he's got, considering the limitations of the graphics mode here, incredible. Can you guys hear the sound okay there, or is that too loud?
It's good.
Okay. He's got like flying jump kicks and health bar meters he's got in there too, and he's got various moves that you can do, both players. And the really nicely drawn cityscape, which we saw last week. I'm very impressed because I mean this is something we would have had the capability of doing back in the 4K days. Speaking of the 40th anniversary of the CoCo, you probably wouldn't have fit too many animations in 4K, but like the original 16K version of the CoCo that came out at the same time, I mean, we could have had this back then, and I think it would have been quite impressive at the time.
Good.
So definitely keep an eye out for that. Next up, Marlon Lee. I'm still trying to get him to be on the show. He's pretty busy these days, unfortunately, with work and stuff. And by the time I get a response from the show's usually over. So hopefully we'll get something lined up here. I really want to get him on for an interview and kind of go through how he started his channel. But he did a new CoCo game, our new CoCo video game this week, which he did Outhouse.
Hey guys, today we have Outhouse.
Which is a game that was originally on the Model 1 and 3, and then got ported to the CoCo afterwards with color and stuff added. Quite an original game, quite a fun game.
In terms of the gameplay, this isn't
I won't play the whole
necessarily
video,
a lot different from other games.
And next up after that, Paul Shoemaker, we kind of previewed his Poker Squares, which is based on an earlier Datasoft card games package that Tandy sold. For the CoCo 1 and 2. He actually released the full game. It's actually available for download on Facebook right now. I'm assuming it's going up to the archive soon. And he actually sent me a copy of the card graphics because I'm actually going to create a set of get put buffers for Nitrous 9 so that entire deck of cards he's got, you can then use in your own programs in Nitrous 9. It'll be included with Beta 6. So anybody wants to write a card game, you don't have to worry about drawing all the cards. It'll be there ready for you. You just have to write the actual game logic. So here's a screenshot of the final version. You can see the detail on the cards and stuff, and he's got his little help screen stuff there too. But he's got a mixture of basic and some ML routines to speed up the drawing of the cards. It's a pretty cool game. I've had a chance to play it a little bit, and it plays similarly to the original Datasoft one that Tandy sold. Have any of you guys downloaded and tried this out yet, or?
No, not
No,
yet.
it's good looking though.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So anyway, when Ease of Use Beta 6 comes out in months' time, it's a ways off yet. If any of you guys want to write some card games, then you'll have this entire deck ready to go for your own card games too. So many thanks to Paul for donating that and allowing me to put that on UU. And next up, I was going to play this, but since is Chet still on the panel, I'm presuming.
Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, you basically did some tweaks to the AI. You did some tweaks to the digging styles. Like it's kind of like you mentioned at the beginning of the show here, you're kind of tweaking the gameplay and how the enemies and stuff react.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned you're still kind of tweaking that. Now you're kind of tweaking the final levels and stuff. So is there anything you wanted to add onto that, Chet?
Not really. I mean, there's just a lot of tiny little things that are being done right now. It's just all the little details. You see something that the guard, oh wait, he's not really supposed to do that ever, and you want to go in and take care of that. There's little things like for the spikes, you want to make them a little bit more visible. So I've added some more graphics on that to call that out a little bit. Just little details like that it's like, oh well, that's gonna suck for the player. Or that's going to give the player kind of a bad experience. You've got certain situations where you've got the fall through block that's kind of a standard mechanic for this particular game, but you've got other areas where you don't want the player to be getting killed for no reason, or have the challenging input, or the challenge isn't so much the game or their skill level, it's shittiness of the game. So want to get all that stuff out of there. So you and Paul have been helpful with that, and I'll be getting copies out to some other people here pretty soon too. But yeah, it's just all those little nitty gritty details that you gotta take care of as you're going through it. That they're unfortunately time consuming.
Yeah, and as you said, you changed the eye a little bit. And, it affects the whole game. So now certain levels may not play as you were expecting, and might actually become too difficult or too easy for the player, depending.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm testing it where the guard may randomly take an alternate route on their trip, and sometimes it's happening a little bit too often, and there's areas where it shouldn't be happening at all. So making sure that all is all shored up. But I just had one guy run right off of the screen, right off the map. So you don't want that happening. I'm sitting there looking at it, and I stopped for a second. I was like, where the hell did he go? And then I'm seeing other side effects, like a couple of weeks ago I added in the anti-shadowing to kind of split the gomers up so you don't have one overlapping on the other. And what I've noticed over the last couple of days is that when you see two of them converge, they're both going in opposite directions, and they happen to converge. One will change direction and maybe go with the other one. He may actually reevaluate where the player is, in response. This thing goes like, well, do I want to leave that in there? I'm like, no, that's actually a pretty good accident, because it's like, okay, these two gomers are spent. It's like, hey, this asshole's over here. Let's go get him.
Okay, so they kind of like split up to attack you.
No, they come together.
Oh, okay. They gang up on you then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's stuff that I've added in, since then, whereas later on they'll randomly split up.
Cool. And now, are you still planning on doing these live streams too, like when you have the free time, so that people can kind of review them afterwards and stuff? Or
yeah, I've kind of been doing them in the mornings. Gives some of the players some of the basic gameplay and basic techniques for doing it. It used to be playing some of the more advanced levels where it's it does get tricky, and then there's some that I haven't shown at all, which you will want to kind of watch these videos, and I'm going to take some time to do kind of an instructional video rather than just kind of printed documentation or something, or even in-game instructions, because they're pretty large. You want to give an overview of the game. So I'll give kind of a playthrough of your first 5 levels, teach some techniques and stuff, and I mean, it's got 40 levels, and I'll be able to create more after I release the game. So I'll be doing a tournament pack for those that want to really challenge themselves.
That's going to be the really frustrating pack. Is that
that'd be good for a GameON challenge?
Yeah, that'll be a kind of like hard mode with some steroids. It's yeah, I've actually got about 12.5 puzzles that I've had to pull out because they're just way too difficult to accomplish. I mean, you've got 4 time-sensitive ones that you have to do in order in a very particular way, or you don't get done.
So you might release puzzle packs in the future, kind of thing, too, you think, or?
Yeah, I'm going to release the details so that other people can, make levels on this. I just don't know how I'm going to handle the pack, because all of the maps are packed into a single file, and then they're loaded in. So I don't know how I'm going to do the replacement, because I use a virtual file system for that now, so that it loads them all in and bundles them up, so that when I go to open a file, I can go ahead and just read it from memory, that memory buffer, rather than using a regular RAM disk or pulling off of the floppy. So I've got everything in memory now, as before it was off the disk.
Right.
So I've got I mean, I've still got room for a few more levels. I'm not going to add any in, though. I mean, it's actually at 40 now. It grew 4 because I inserted some into to help with the difficulty on the first 15 levels, kind of get some additional kind of breathing room in there, and not so hard, so that skill level, that challenge is gradual until you get to about 15, and then it starts getting really hard.
And you're keeping a password system, right? We can jump to any level once you have
you'll be able to jump to any level, but it won't be just simple numbers, simple hexadecimal numbers. There'll be actual 6 character things.
No,
so.
I know there's a placeholder for now, but yeah, that's good.
Yeah, don't go looking through the code,
because nothing's more frustrating than having to play through earlier levels to get to later ones again. Like that's good.
Yeah, I've actually got a mode in here where you actually, I could set up to where you have to play 3 or 4 different levels in a row in order to proceed. And if you die on like level 3, you go back to the 1. I considered using that for the last 2 or 3 levels, just to be a dick. And because they're tremendously, I mean, the last 3 levels are very, very difficult. I've actually had to tone them down a little bit. In fact, half a dozen of the puzzles that I told you I pulled out came from those last couple of levels. Right now, I've got I think it was Rage Quit from the demo as a placeholder for that, but they do take quite some time to complete. They are and they are heavily puzzle based.
See, I'm trying to figure out if you're a good guy or a bad guy, because I've seen you playing online and laughing, saying, "Oh, you guys are going to hate me," but then it also sounds like you're trying to be fair too. So I'm trying to see where you fit in the
realm of dickishness.
Yeah, I mean, I want the game to be challenging. I mean, it's one thing to go through the first 10 or 15 levels and really get it, but then you've got a much steeper climb and skill set and gameplay. So it's there's some replay value there with both the hard and the easy modes, but at the same time I want that whole experience to be challenging. So in doing making things challenging, you also find situations where it's like, oh, okay, that's just way too much. That's gonna be a bad experience for the player. They're gonna see that, or they're gonna experience that. It's like, why did I die here, rather than, oh, I died because of me. So if all of your deaths are more because of you, because of something that you've done or you weren't seeing, then you're having a much better time. You're challenging yourself. Whereas if you're fighting with the game and the game controls suck, or the response of the game sucks, then you're not really going to enjoy it.
Chat, real quick. Chat, real quick before we move on to the next news topic. What's the minimum requirements for this? It's obviously a CoCo3, but memory.
512K 6809. That's it.
Perfect.
One button joystick is recommended. You can play with the with the keyboard. I recommend playing with one of the game pads. I've had much better experience with those, and mostly that's because I'm left-handed. So playing with the deluxe joystick is a little difficult because I like to control the stick with my left hand rather than and the buttons with my right. So since they're swapped, but yeah, definitely recommend a joystick or a game pad, working on that input, make it better.
Cool. I think Paul Thayer, if I remember, when he was testing, he usually plays keyboard, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
And I've been playing with the deluxe joystick just because that's my go-to for everything these days. But
yeah, and making the making some of the digging stuff easier. It's also it's a little more difficult on the keyboard for people who are used to using the up and down arrows rather than A and Z, and it does get a little clunky. I've tried it, so I've got on my task list, adding support for the up and down arrow along with A and Z. I just haven't had a chance to get it in there yet, but you've got keyboard, joystick, and I actually thought about adding a support for the select or pause button on the on some of the controllers, but I don't have any details on that.
Cool. Definitely looking forward to it, and I'm kind of getting worried and scared about these later levels you're talking about here, because it's been hard enough around level 17, 18 for me. So maybe Paul Thayer can make it all the way through,
but he's going to get to about level 28 or 30, and then he's just going to fall apart.
Sounds like a promise. Okay, so next up after that, and I don't know if he's still in the chat here, but Amigo Aaron actually did a live stream last night for a couple of hours, and basically he had a whole bunch of his actual hardware machines hooked up. So he had the Atari, he had the Commodore 64, he had the Amiga, he had the CoCo, and he was just kind of taking flurries from the chat, suggestions of games to try on the various machines, all with real hardware. And they did sneak in, because this next challenge they have on the Amiga, the game challenge they have on their side of things for the Amiga, is for Pac-Mania, which is a clone of the arcade game of the same name, which is like the 3D Pac-Man. And we actually had an unofficial clone of that in the CoCo3 as well, called Pac-Dude Monster Maze, which is not one we've had on the GameON challenge yet here. So I'd suggested before I left for my mom's birthday, because I didn't get to see the live stream live myself, is that they should try that out, just to compare it with the Commodore 64 version and the Amiga version, etc. So they actually did play that. I'm just going to turn the sound down a little bit here. But it's a pretty good game. It's another one like Chet's Digger 3. It's 512K CoCo3 6809 required. Has vertical and horizontal hardware scrolling, background music track, and basically all the gameplay elements are there. I think if I remember reading in the source, that's one of the nice things about it. The source code for this has actually been released. You can download it on my game site, because Brian O'Neill actually gave permission to do so. So if you guys want to see how the game was written type thing, you can give it a shot and look at how it's done.
It's a great game.
Yeah, it's actually probably one of my top, I'd say my top 10 CoCo3 games, period.
course, I've got it in the wrong joystick port.
I don't know how many people here on the panel have actually played this one, since the system requirements are a little high, but of course it plays fine in emulator too. So,
What are the requirements?
512K, CoCo3, 6809, same as Digger 3.
Oh,
By this.
okay.
Holy moly! This is a huge surprise.
Yeah, I played
to
that.
me.
It's lots of fun. It's one of the
Gosh, even the
one of the
ghost
better
is
CoCo3
transparent.
games I stumbled
I've
across
never
back in the
seen
day.
this.
Man,
Really?
Really?
I've seen this game on other platforms, but not.
You got surround sound on that one.
He would. He wants.
Oh, this is a
he wants
fantastic
his
game. I
joke
remember
book
the
from
first time that I
1976.
played it. I was
Please sit
quite
back
happy
to
with it.
him.
It was right before I got out of the CoCo before I moved
And
to
only an
Ohio.
old guy would know who Henny Youngman was. So you're cursed with that.
Jason, you need to reach out to him. He had to switch his joystick port from one port to the other.
But this is like here.
Okay, run the Joy commercial.
Jumped over the ghost. That was smart.
No, it's a really good game. There's 6 mazes to go through. I think you have to play each one twice, if I remember correctly. Plays very smooth. The music for this, which ironically Boat didn't like, everybody else in the chat seemed to think was fine, and I think it's fine, was written by Chris Fry, and he was actually in high school, and he composed these as original compositions, so I would give him a lot more benefit of the doubt than Boat is.
It's funny. The dots look like they're actually.
And he's got 2 different songs. He's got one for your normal gameplay, and he's got one when you get the Energizer pellet that you can eat some of the ghosts. Now, any of the ghosts that are still inside the trap in the middle, when you eat the pellet, don't change color. So if they get released afterwards, they can still kill you. And of course, Pac-Mania adds in the whole you can jump over the ghost challenge. And I think if I remember on the later levels, I think the ghosts start jumping too, don't they?
Anyone in the chat
I remember now.
I think so. And the second button can be used for pause if you have a 2-button joystick.
Yeah, that's right too. Yeah. It's a very, very good game though, but it was getting rave reviews. I remember one of the people in the chat there actually said this looks like an Amiga game, which is a pretty high praise.
I remember downloading, there was a demo version of this back off of Delphi or BBS back in the day also.
Yep, yeah. And this was actually released while Rainbow was still around. This was actually advertised in Rainbow because it came out in 92 and Rainbow didn't, they finished in, what is it, May of 93, I think it was. But this was actually a commercial product back in the day. So.
Yes, Frodo, there it is.
Very, very good game.
Well, that shut me up.
I'll have to put that one on your list there, Nick, for...
Yeah, I had no idea it existed. I'm sorry.
You should be.
Yeah, you're supposed to be the games guru here. I mean,
Well, that's why I take solicitations or whatever the word is.
We're just all jealous of your gorgeous flowing locks you had there.
I know. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
Isn't he dreamy?
Next one. This is a new to YouTube channel I've not seen before. A guy named Bill Sexton did a quick video here of his CoCo3. I wish he'd started it in landscape, not portrait, but it's not bad. But showing the CoCo3, one of the slot machine things for the CoCo3, and this is the 5-line fruit slot. Now I know there was Tom Mix had some versions of these like a slot machine. Then there was a whole casino package version by I think White Cloud Software that had Keno and slots and blackjack and a whole bunch of other things mixed in too. So, but unfortunately, because he shot it in portrait, it's kind of hard to see the details of the screen, but it's actually fairly well done as far as the graphics and stuff go too. So it was just nice seeing somebody new that I'd never seen make a CoCo video before suddenly do it. This one I'll skip over because we kind of covered it already. This is the 4-hour marathon, with bathroom breaks, Frodo NL playing Bomb Threat. I had it queued up for the wrap over, but Nick already covered that, so we'll skip that. Next up, we've had this fellow on before, Simon WGB, and he actually has a Twitch channel now where he live streams various retro consoles or retro computers. And this last week, he actually did, I think it was supposed to be one single marathon Dragon 32 gameplay video of a bunch of several games. And I think he had some streaming issues in the middle, so it got split into 2, which we're quite familiar with. That happens to us too. But it ends up being he's got a 3.5-hour video and an 1.5-hour video. So he's almost trying to rival CoCoTALK's length of time running. But he goes through a bunch of the Dragon games back then. This is a screenshot here from Tea Time. I'm not going to play them all. And he actually doesn't just, do quick snippets and plays it for 5 minutes. He actually tries to play the game for like half an hour straight and get a fairly decent score. So he covers a few that are CoCo ports back to the Dragon, like Donkey King and that kind of stuff. And then he plays some stuff that was original to the Dragon. So if you want some long gameplay videos of Dragon stuff, it's a couple of good videos to see. And there's the 2 links that hopefully Rob has popped in. I can't see the chat at the moment. And there's this part 2. There's Junior's Revenge and P-Mode 3. Awesome, huh?
Yep, I'm adding all these to the chat.
Okay, cool, thanks. And the last one here is one of Stevie's favorite people, Geigerpunk, also known as Rob's Retro Rambles, and this time he's playing Beyond the Seeming Moon, which he's done Fembot's Revenge a couple months ago, and this is the prequel. This actually came out before. And it's kind of a
Beyond the
3D
Simian Moon
arcade
on Dragon 32
adventure game, because it's got some adventure commands. And unfortunately, he didn't really get too much of the game figured out here, but he always has this nice snarky commentary, which is always entertaining. So it's worth watching it for that.
I don't know, one of those cards up here that doesn't show up.
I don't know if any of you have played this game. It is a bit frustrating in some spots, but it's got arcade elements, like you have to shoot the fembots that are wandering around, and you have to figure out different disc colors. And you can pluck like laser guns off the wall and start firing back and stuff.
Open. No.
Like he never did figure out how to pick up these two objects, and I have, and I just can't remember because I haven't played the game in a long time. I'll have to go back to it, maybe leave him a message so he knows how to do it properly.
Take.
And that is the end of the game news. So, Rob, did you want me to go straight into regular news, or did you want?
Why don't we just take a palate cleanser? Why don't I just run a little Nightmare Highway, and we'll be right back with more news.
As you start your journey to CoCo Fest, you notice the road ahead is littered with rogue furniture. You realize you are driving on the Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
The game for the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Stunning low-resolution visuals, digital to analog converted sound, 100% machine language, and basic. What are they saying about Nightmare Highway?
Nightmare Highway.
Steve B. York says, of all the games released this year, this is one of them. L. Kurt S. Boyle says, this will not be on my site. Nick Marionette says, crikey, look at the size of that crock. Get your complimentary copy of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
At cancanmakeit.com. If you got it for free, you paid too much.
All right, and we're back. And Curtis, if you want to
Okay,
into news.
Yeah. First up, though, I think Brian Weasler, you're still here, correct?
Brian is here. He's muted.
Because one of the stories that I've taken in the last few episodes here that I've had, some stories that I'm not sure if the person's going to be able to make the panel or not, and if they do, then I have them present the story, and then if they don't, then I'll throw it in wherever they post it on Facebook or Discord or whatever. So in this case of Brian, you had your new hands-on basic book, so I thought I'd let you do that first before I get into the regular quote-unquote news.
Okay. Yeah, it was a book that I had been wanting to get there, and yeah, here it is. Really kind of a neat book. I really like the cover of this thing. Kind of has a little trifold to it like this, and it's all laid out really nice.
Yeah, and it's actually CoCo specific, and I've never heard of the author or the book before. That was a totally new one to me.
Yeah, there's
who's it published by?
Herbert. I guess you'd pronounce it. Would you pronounce it Peckham?
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, and let's see here. It's McGraw Hill.
Okay, so major publisher.
There, yeah, computer literacy. Yeah, it's a Hill book there. So.
And does it cover extended basic too, or is it just basic, color basic?
I think it's just color basic. I don't think it's into extended because he talks about the CoCo 1 and 2 here in the beginning here. Let's see. There was something I thought I read here initially there. Where did I read that here? This book is a modification of BASIC, hands-on method, which introduces students to BASIC on a number of different platforms there. I'm trying to remember, I read something here. I started reading the beginning here, and I don't remember where I read it though. Let's hear all students. Well, he talks about extended color BASIC in here. I'd have to look through it a little bit more and see what game examples, or not game example, but examples they get in here if he actually does get into the extended color BASIC with it. But no, I saw this one once before though, and I just it's just really a neat looking book too.
Yeah, that was a new one on me. Like I said, I've never heard of the author. I've never heard of the book before, so I that was a nice find. How did you find it? Was it just a random eBay thing you found, or?
Yeah, there's a couple of different book sites that I kind of that I roam around on, and yeah, I'd stumbled across it on that. So I can't remember if this one was an eBay one or if it was another website where I saw this one at. So
It does have that McGraw Hill. This is a textbook wraparound over the cut edges, so I wonder if it was part of something.
I'm not sure. Yeah, because it, I mean, just the way it folds. Where did I read it? I read something here. He actually talks about the cover here. I'd have to look. I'd have to find it again. He talks about like using the book and stuff like that. About I'd have to dump it here. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for this one here, but
yeah, I kind of decided to do that on you. So
no, that's fine. I wish more books could have the spiral binding though, because that's nice. Because if you do want to sit there and do entry of one of the actually key in a program, it's nice because it can just lay flat. You're not having to try to hold it or prop something there to hold the book flat while you're trying to type it in there. So yeah, this one was a neat one. I've had this one on my list for a while.
Cool.
So I can't remember where I saw it the once before. I can't remember if Carlos has this book. Maybe he had posted a picture about it on Facebook once way back when, but I had written this name down and it's just been on my list for a while. But I don't know if Carlos Cajo had it on there or not. But yeah.
Cool. It's always interesting to discover new books because I mean, some people think that the CoCo market was so small type thing, but judging by how much third-party stuff was done, I still think the numbers are higher than most people think. I wish we could get official numbers from any of the Tandy personnel from the time, like Mark. But
well, and like Stevie had said last week when I was showing some books, it kind of solidifies a little bit about the popularity of the color computer because although Tandy did publish a lot of books through their, through themselves, there's an awful lot of books that were out there that probably were maybe just advertised maybe in Rainbow or other sources, and that's where people would have bought them at the time. So
yeah, and there was quite a few the cross-platform books where you'd buy this book and have here's the Commodore 64 version of the program, here's the CoCo version of the program, here's the Atari 800 type thing. But there was quite a few CoCo only books, which meant obviously the sales were there, or something like McGraw Hill wouldn't be publishing them.
Correct. Yep, I would agree with that. Yep.
Cool. Anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way from the horse's mouth as opposed to just me rattling it off from a Facebook post.
Yeah,
so
no problem.
Hey, so back to the official news.
I believe he called you a horse. Right.
Workhorse.
That's fine. I'll take any comments.
Okay, this is another one that actually had queued up as a standby in case David could make it. Actually, David let us know this morning he has a migraine, so that he wasn't able to make the show. But he combined a couple of Tandy things here. So he has his CoCo, and he decided to hook up to a tiny little realistic Pocket Vision 4, which is a tiny little portable TV from back in the day. Now, he had to do this in a kind of interesting way. This thing has no sockets to plug anything in, like composite or RF or anything. So we actually had to hack together an analog TV antenna, basically, to broadcast it to this screen here. So he kind of goes into a bit of an explanation there of hooking it up. Improvised making a crude transmitting antenna and earth plane from a couple of clip leads. It's far from perfect, but it worked, sort of. So it's not the greatest quality, but it did work. You can kind of see the SDC Explorer there on the screen. So if you want a portable CoCo, I mean, this is the ultimate because, I mean, the thing's this size, smaller than like a smartphone for your entire screen. It'd be fun to play with games, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Probably doesn't meet FCC approval for, noise, but
that would be a dang good thing inside of a CoCo, though. Any TV around, you just transmit to it.
Actually, yeah, I never thought of that. No need, your wireless CoCo display, basically.
I thought about picking up one of those. Those things do pop up on eBay from time to time, those little TVs, but they disappear really quick. So if you want one, you have to grab it then.
Yeah, I mean, that would even be good because there's a bit of space in the CoCo case too, especially with the modern upgrades, like 2 meg takes less room than the 512 did. You probably could even mount this on the top of the CoCo itself and just have a portable CoCo.
There you go.
And, some of these USB plugins and stuff here, you can just plug in your CoCo at the airport with the little TV built in, plug it in the USB and for power. And and get lots of strange looks from people. Go ahead.
I once owned this TV, and the thing you can't really see is the light is shining through the top onto a mirror. And unless you have a bright disc light shining through the top onto the mirror, you aren't going to get a display like that on this TV.
So it's almost like a miniaturized projection TV then, the old ones.
Exactly.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
screen's on the top, and you're looking at a mirror. Here.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that from the picture.
Yeah,
Cool.
so instead of having like on a laptop where you'd have like a backlight that would actually illuminate the LCD display, it's using ambient light from behind to shine through. On the it's kind of hard to see from this angle here, but the top of the lid is actually kind of somewhat, the light shines through that, and what you're seeing is the light shining through the LCD display and the reflection on the mirror.
From the extremely well placed disc light.
Right. So you couldn't watch this in a dark room.
Okay.
If you go down further, this thing I put mine on there and show I have a panel that fits on the top and illuminates it, so that you can see it even in a dark room. Otherwise,
okay.
you need.
You have one of these too, then, Ron?
Mine's a little bit different, but exact idea of the mirror. It's down further in the same story.
Oh, just on the comments, you mean?
Mm-hmm. That's mine. It's a Casio, and it has there. You get to see it better. It actually searches channel, and it would search for one channels. Now there isn't any, so it just searches.
Well, unless you rig up an antenna like David did, then you could.
This one does have an antenna jack on the side, so you could bring an antenna in.
Okay, so this must be a slightly bigger model than the realistic one I'm taking it.
Yeah, it's nearly the same size. It's just ranged a little differently.
I thought that was cool because it kind of tied in like realistic as a Radio Shack brand, and hooking up to the CoCo wirelessly.
I have hooked my CoCo to it, and it does work. It's really hard to read the lettering. It really is.
I'd imagine probably be better for like games or something as a quick.
Yeah, it actually displays the screen in reverse, and you see the you have to have the mirror to see it. If you broke it off and looked at it, it would be backwards.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, because the mirror would reverse it, so it'd have to be reversed to begin with. Interesting. I remember seeing these in the Radio Shack stores, but I never played with one, so I wasn't aware what the display was like or what limitations of plugging stuff into it was. So cool. Next up, and I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but Canadian Retro Things did a video. He just got his CoCo SDC, and it's the first one of like modern peripherals he's added to his CoCo. Really, he's the one who's
his
done.
channel.
We've done other videos that he's done with hooking up tape drives and stuff. So he does a kind of a preview review of the CoCo SDC. Now, at the point of the video here, he hadn't gotten SDC Explorer yet, so he's doing it through the manual commands. But he seems to be greatly enjoying it. He's kind of buying into that. It's okay to have a couple of modern things on there because it just makes things so much easier to work with. I mean, the CoCo SDC in particular, it works with a Dragon if you have it, and it works with all the CoCos, 1, 2, or 3, it doesn't matter. It emulates both a hard drive and a floppy drive simultaneously if your operating system supports that. So it's just a very versatile, and of course it's so much easier to just drag a little SD card with your entire library on it than taking 10 boxes of 50 discs like we had to do in the old days. So definitely check out that video and go ahead.
I was just going to say the ultimate sneakerware is the CoCo SDC.
Yep. And
It'll
actually,
go
you
to
can do
Windows.
wireless on it now too with those wireless SD cards, so you can even copy stuff to it, leaving it in your CoCo. Oh, and Canadian Retro Things is in there. So hi, we'll have to get you on here fairly soon here, and get you on the show as a guest panelist.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, next up, Ed Snyder, the Cyborg. He's actually, this is a kind of a crossover between the two main hardware, or two of the main hardware guys. There's also Cloud9, of course, but this is a half-meg CoCo board that Jim Brain sells from his store, and you can buy it in two ways. You can buy a pre-populated board, and you have your choice. You can do 512K, or you can use slightly larger chips and get 1 meg on it. then you have to buy the extra DAT board, of course. Ed, of course, being the hardware guy, he ordered the raw board and populated it himself, but he actually plugged everything in and got it to work. So he's quite happy with the results, and he did a memory test. You can kind of see on the bottom one here, so everything passed. So he pointed out it was pretty cool to have a nice small square RAM upgrade. And here's the actual order form. So the actual raw board, minus the chips that you have, is only $3, which is pretty darn cheap. And it works, as I mentioned before, both as a 512K or as a 1 meg, your choice. You'll have to have the DAT board, obviously. So for you tinkers out there that maybe are a little bit broke from being on laid off or whatever from COVID, this might be a way to get your RAM upgrade pretty cheap if you're willing to do the soldering.
It would cost more to ship, probably, huh?
Yeah. Well, if you order the chips with it, it wouldn't be too bad, I guess. But yeah, if you just order the board.
I wish I could get that board made for $3. It would cost me more than that.
Yeah, I think because he gets bulk done, and he probably, I don't know if he does this or not, but he might even be able to design a layout that actually has multiple boards of different things on one thing that just get cut afterwards. I don't know if that's what he does, but. And some more hardware. Boys in Tech, which is Richard Liberieski. I think he's still on the call, is he? Or not?
No.
Okay. So he's working on, and we kind of briefly mentioned it before last week, I believe, that he's working on a satellite board that'll plug into the sound speech pack, which will separate the clock signal, which currently is driven off the CoCo's clock. So as soon as you kick double speed in on a CoCo3, or if you have a Gimme X and you kick it into triple speed, it no longer functions properly. So he's doing a board here that will actually have its own clock signaling built onto the board that stays consistent, which means then you can plug this into a CoCo 1, 2, or 3, run it at any speed you want between 0.895 to 2.86 megahertz, and it'll just run fine. I mean, some people have done the hacks in Nitrous 9, for example, because there's a sound speech pack driver for the sound speech card, 409. But if you wanted to actually run some of the sound functions and the speech functions, you'd have to clock the machine back down to half speed, do whatever you had to do with the card, wait till to finish, and then kick it back up, which if you're trying to write a high-speed game, that makes it kind of sucky. So he's planning on making this available as one that you can buy and then install yourself. There's no trace cuts or anything required, like some previous hacks that have fixed the same problem have done before. It does require a little bit of soldering and desoldering. Or he'll install it if you send your sound speech pack to him, or if you bring it to the fest the next time we actually get to have one in person. So I'm definitely going to be getting this upgrade, because then I can do some drivers and stuff that have been kind of sitting there because they're kind of pointless at 0.895 megahertz when you're trying to do a CoCo3 game. And especially with the Gimme X coming out now, well, then you've got the option of doing a 3 megahertz game. So I definitely want to play around with it a bit. So definitely looking forward to this. And as Mikey mentioned before, VCF West, which had to go virtual this year, just like we did with CoCo Fest, is running all day today with live streaming off their YouTube channel. Link is at the top of the post that Rob will be putting in the chat. And one that was of interest, and there's nothing CoCo specific here, but the one with Bill Mensch mentioning the genesis of the 6502. And as we mentioned at the top of the show, he was one of the people that worked at Motorola in the 6800, the predecessor to the chips that we use in all the CoCo computers, including the MC10. And then he's one of the people that jumped ship to Moss to do the 6502, which is a much cheaper, because the 6800 series was quite a bit more expensive than 6502, which is why a lot of the home computers use 6502 or their derivatives instead, because the chips were literally like 1/4 the cost. So that'll be an interesting one, and that's on at 3:45 p.m. Pacific, so 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Next up, Thomas Winkler is happy with his FD502 kit, which is a remake of the classic short disk controller, the 502. As you know, Tandy did a bunch of the longer ones, the original ones, plus the FD500, FD501. I mean, there's not too much different besides the size of the board. They're basically compatible with each other. But he ordered the kit version of it, where you basically get all the chips and everything else, and you kind of make it on your own. And he was quite happy with it. Seems to be working fine. They also sell a pre-made version of it as well that's actually pre-assembled and ready to go. So anybody wants to hook up some real floppy drives, and these will all handle double density drives, anywhere from 35 tracks single-sided to 80 track double-sided. They'll handle 5 1/4 and 3 1/2 of double density just fine too. So if you want to get some real floppies, or if you have real floppy disks but no drive or working drive controller, this is a place you can actually get it to work properly and get your hardware right back up and running again.
So does this do more than the 502 did?
No, it's basically a replacement for the 502. If like those are getting harder to find.
Okay.
So if you blew one up or it cracked or whatever, or you just never had one, this is where you can get it. Then you can just get some of the drives and hook them up and actually get real discs running. The kit version of it, which has all the parts required to make it, you just have to do all the soldering, is $45 US. And if you want to get it pre-assembled and ready to go, it's $65. I don't believe that includes a case though. So if you want a case, you have to go elsewhere.
I'm kind of curious about the fact that it also works with the Dragon, because I thought there was something special about the Dragon controller.
Yeah, that I don't know if that would work.
Has to do with the ROM.
I thought some of the hardware addressing is a bit different too, wasn't it? I can't remember for sure.
Yeah. It says here that he's searching for a Dragon, so I'm assuming he wants to be able to test it. So.
Yeah.
It's interesting. This board even includes the little filters or whatever on each line out of the controller that the 502 added, at least on the board. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, because there's the parts you get with it.
The little L whatever through L1 through the 502 added those. So this is very much like the original board.
Yeah, and it's called the FD502, I think, because it's meant to be pretty well an exact clone.
But it doesn't have gold contacts.
Yeah, that's a little bit disappointing these days, actually. Mind you, did the 502 have gold? Or was it the 501? I know one of them did and one didn't, but I can't remember which one was which.
They got cheaper as they got older, so I would guess this is probably accurate.
Yeah, the tin. Hey, for those of you who need the replacement disc controllers, it's a good place to get them. And if you're whoops,
501
you're a soldering type guy, then you can get it for $20 cheaper. Sorry, what was that, Brian?
I'll say here's your 501.
Yeah.
With the gold, and then the 502 went back to silver.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
okay. Yep. They can't see, but thanks for explaining that.
Oh, sorry.
Next up, Terry Steggy. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it either. So basically, he's showing off his spreadsheet here with a list of the complete list of all cartridges done for the CoCo. This includes the TDP ones, different derivatives of them type of thing. And he updated with some other ones. There's even third-party ones like the Antico ones, the Star Blazer from Microworks, etc. So he actually put an updated version here with some new discoveries of CoCo cartridges that have been out. I won't list the whole thing here, but if you're a CoCo cartridge collector and you want to see if you have them all, this is the place to go. And if you have one that he does not have, please contact him and let him know. He's trying to amalgamate this for the community to have a complete master list.
Yeah, this is really cool. I've wanted to do something similar, so I'm probably going to build off of what he has, or what if there's something I find, because I've wanted to do the same thing. Because one of the things that he commented, I think he had a picture that he had posted last week as well. As he was going through this list, he came across a pair of cartridges, and we've talked about this before, where there was like the Tandy branded versus the Radio Shack branded cartridges.
Dungeons and Daggerath.
Yep. Yep. So they came out with different flavors, or not different flavors, but just a different label of the same one. And I think he's tried to include that in the list as well.
Yeah, the different derivatives of each one, and even a couple that have the different ROM versions, like Downline, for example, has a 1.0 and a 1.1, depending
right
how late in the cycle it was.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is really cool. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, agreed. Next up, I think it was just yesterday or maybe the day before that the CoCo Crew dropped episode 62, which, in addition to the normal news and stuff there, they had their tech segment, which returned for the first time, and I think in probably a few months here before the tech segment. So it discusses using pseudo-random numbers with LFSRs, and I'm trying to remember what the heck that stood for. I can't remember. But anyways, a way to generate in assembly language, some pseudo-random numbers. The interview they did with Fran Purcell was the guy that helped run Computer Plus. Now, if you guys remember Rainbow Magazine pretty well, almost the entire run, if you opened up the front cover, for one of the first ads on the inside pages, not on the cover itself, was for Computer Plus, and they sold the entire Tandy line of computers, including the CoCo. They sold their printers, they sold software, they sold third-party hardware, third-party software, usually at cheaper prices than Radio Shack did. And this is the guy that helped start that company and then ran it for the 10 years. Like they basically shut down in 93, the same year Rainbow did. So they lasted pretty well the entire thing. And it's a pretty cool interview. I actually, there's a lot of things I didn't know about there. I mentioned a few of them at the top of the show, like, how much they sold out, 300 CoCo3s, the first Coco Fest after the CoCo3 was announced. But he goes into a lot of other things, like how did they solicit or get solicited by third parties to sell stuff. He also mentioned, interestingly enough, because they sold Tandy 1000s, Model 1s, Model 3s. And he said for the entire run of the company, which is basically from 1980 through 1993, Coco and Coco related stuff was over half of their sales for that entire run. So by far the Coco was the best selling computer and set of peripherals they had out of that. And that's including Tandy 1000s and stuff too. So that was pretty impressive. So definitely worth it even just for that interview. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is a good interview there. He kind of talks about some of the relationships that he had to kind of navigate with Radio Shack, and it's kind of interesting, some of the, I don't want to say games that they had to play, but it was interesting how they kind of had to work the system a little bit in order to be able to do what they did. And what I thought was interesting, that it all started out with just a mere $5,000 investment into a franchise.
Yeah,
and basically built it into a rather large empire as far as selling goes.
Yeah. The other thing I found interesting in the interview that I did not know before, like I always assumed if you bulk bought computers from Tandy, you'd get a discount. And no, they didn't. Everybody bought them at the exact same price. And this firm, Computer Plus, and I think one other one that Boise had mentioned that also advertised in Rainbow, would sell them at discounts that they just took a hit on, basically compared to what everybody else did. So the Radio Shacks would sell them for $199 for a CoCo3, for example, and these guys and the other competitor, third-party competitor, would sell them for $169. But nobody got a special deal. If you bought 1,000, it was the same price no matter what, which was surprising to me because I didn't think most businesses would do that, but apparently Tandy did.
Yeah. The other thing I thought was kind of interesting too, and like you said, it is a good interview. It's worth listening to. But in order for them to be able to provide warranty, they had to hand write the receipts, just like a Radio Shack store would.
Yeah, that's right.
So they could actually, a person could bring a Coco that they bought from them into a Radio Shack to get serviced. So it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting tidbits there. He goes through the history of, before it was Computer Plus, like if you looked at the ads, it says that they, since 1973, well, they had a totally different business before them, but they just carried over the moniker from it. So definitely worth the interview. Or definitely worth the listen, I should say, for the interview alone. It's good enough.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever bought a new color computer from Tandy. I always got mine used. But what kind of a warranty was there?
90 days, wasn't it?
I think so. Yep.
Parts and labor, or just?
I believe both.
Yeah, 90 days.
And I think you could buy extended warranties too if you wanted to shell some cash. Next up, Andrew Ayers uploaded a file to Facebook that you can download. Actually, I uploaded a couple of things here based on the Armatron. There was some discussion on the Armatron, which is the old robotic arm that you could buy from Tandy, and then there was certain software and stuff and hardware you could do to hook it up to a CoCo and control it from your CoCo. So here he's uploaded the zip file of all the actual software for interfacing with the Armatron. And then he also uploaded scans from the Hot CoCo issues, because they had a ROM hacker series where they actually did a series of articles on how to hook this up and then how to program it and control the arm. So any of you, I don't know if anybody here has an Armatron kicking around handy or something, but if you want to experiment with robotics, it was kind of cool that we were doing that way back, way before, the robot fighting wars and stuff started on TV. So
yeah,
you can get some arm wrestling.
That is a good article though, in the Hot CoCo, because I actually used that as part of my college final project I had to do when I was going to school for electronics, and it's a nice interface that they use in there. And like I said, I use that for part of it. But they build this really nice interface that then you modify an Armatron where you take out all the gears and everything, and you basically hook up motors directly to it. It's really kind of cool if you like to tinker around with that type of stuff. It's worth definitely looking at. But it's cool.
Cool. Ron, did you ever get into the Armatron stuff, or?
Nope, never did.
Okay. I just figured you might have it actually controlling one of your telescopes or something to adjust for the rotation of the Earth.
That'd be cool. No. The way they have it setting on that ad, where it's pushing down on the key, is pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. I do remember one of the guys here, Richard Smith, had one, and he did actually do the hard CoCo articles, and he actually did have it controlled by his CoCo2. And it was pretty cool to watch it. You type in certain sequence of commands or program it to do like 6 moves in a row, and it goes up and down and left, right, picks up something off the desk, moves and drops it over here type thing. It was pretty interesting, especially for the time, like the mid 80s.
Yeah.
Next up, Paul Shoemaker, whom we saw the poker squares from earlier, also found another rare CoCo related book that I hadn't seen before. It's called TRS-80 Extended Color Basic by Richard Haskell. And he said there's not too much new in the book. It basically covers the same thing as color basic manuals. And we know that those are some of the best manuals ever made. But it was by Prentice Hall, which is another major publisher of the time. And he actually picked it up from the library here, so it has a discard. So they're getting rid of it because I guess there's not too many CoCo owners going to libraries these days. But
That's Eddie Haskell's brother.
This one does cover graphics and stuff. So, I mean, it does cover that. It even did some poke and peek stuff at the end there. There you can see the library part of it. Hadn't been signed out since, what is it, 1987. So it's been sitting there a while. Fortunately, this scans upside down, but it actually has photographs and stuff in there too. That was a bit more unique for this book. I mean, all the standard color basic learning basic manuals might have some illustrations of things, but not too many took screenshots and actually did, actual photos of the CoCo itself.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I had asked him if he could send a picture of the cover, but he said it was a hardcover book with just a plain cover. There's no,
yeah,
graphics,
that's why you took
like
the inside. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, next up, James Jones, and I think he was in chat earlier too. Now he's planning on doing a tutorial type book on Basic 09, basically teaching you, if you know disk base, and this harkens back to what Nick Marotta was asking about earlier about learning Basic 09 versus regular basic. And he's actually planning on doing a tutorial on this, either in book form, or he mentioned in the chat earlier today that maybe doing a video series, kind of like Stevie's done with the actual original color basic manuals, of showing you how, if you're used to extended color basic, how do you transition yourself to doing Basic 09, and then getting into what you can do in Basic 09 you can't do in color basic and extended basic. So I think that's a really good idea. It's something I was planning on doing at some point in time too, but if he wants to take it over, by all means, please. I got enough on my plate. But if he does end up doing a video, I might see if I can work with him and maybe, hop on the videos at times and see if I can help him out in any way I can, either running some live demos or maybe trying to simplify, because James is a very technically oriented programmer. He's much smarter than I, so hopefully I can, dumb down the intelligent talk to, more mortal levels, so like even I can understand it. But I'm hoping this does go through, because I think that's something that is needed. We didn't really have and I think we mentioned this in the chat too, the original color basic and extended color basic manuals, the CoCo 1 versions, are probably some of the best basic manuals ever done on any system, period, as far as learning goes. The CoCo 2 ones, when they shrunk it down into one manual, weren't quite as good. They were still very good, better than most. And Basic 09, like the original level 1 Basic 09 manual, was very technically oriented. It was like basically just, here's the keyword and, a technical explanation what it does. If you're just trying to learn basic, it wasn't very good at all. The level 2 Basic 09 manuals went in the right direction. They started doing like sample code and explaining it a bit more in regular English rather than programming style, but it still was nowhere near as good as those originals. So I think this is something that is needed. The Basic 09 Tour Guide helped somewhat too, but the Basic 09 Tour Guide stopped at the CoCo 1. I mean, none of the CoCo 2 stuff and level 2 stuff, or sorry, CoCo 3 and level 2 stuff is in there. So if you want to learn that stuff, they did start doing the Rainbow Guide to level 2, but they just basically covered the windowing system and nothing else. So, and that series never got complete. That was supposed to be a multi-book series. So hoping this gets done, hoping some of you guys can join us either, in chat, or suggestions for the book if it comes out in book form. There's already been some good suggestions. He's trying to get suggestions for how we should approach it to make it as easy as possible for people. So if you guys have any suggestions, read the comments that are already there, read his original comments, and please send some comments back to him so we can try to get this going in the right direction for the most of the people that want to learn this. Next up here, Christopher Zepka, and that's not a name I've heard before. Shows the results of his very first retrobiting project he's ever done on anything, and it happened to be a CoCo 2. And it actually looks like it turned out pretty successfully. So he shows some before and after pictures here. I know some people are not big fans of retro, but you can hear say it's quite yellowed on the bottom. Though otherwise the case is in pretty good shape.
Keyboards are nice.
There's a serial number for all your serial number fanatics out there. So he took the motherboard out, got everything all set up, and that's what it turned out. Which actually was quite white. Now, Ron, you've done this before too, haven't you?
Yes.
Has yours stayed white? Like I know I've heard rumors that sometimes it starts yellowing again pretty quickly, or is that true? Or
Well, I have a CoCo2 that I did. It was very, very yellow, and it's still pretty white. And I have it in my garage in the cabinet, so I don't know if that helps keep it that way. But I drag it out every once in a while, and it still hasn't changed any. And the garage is like 109, 110, like it is out today. So I don't know if heat affects it or if it's
just the direct sunlight,
the light, or what. Yeah.
I mean, this one looks like a new computer now. Like it worked quite well for him.
Everything I've retrobrighted has stayed, but I don't have anything that's more than maybe 4 months old. I've just started doing the process. So
yeah, because it'd be interesting to find out long term. Like I said, I've heard rumors from people, and maybe it depends on the type of plastic or something. I don't know, but some people have said after 2 years it goes yellow again. So
I will say my TDP 100 is looking a little more yellow. It's actually gone a little bit more yellow, kind of even with my white multi-pack, which is a little yellow. So I think it does depend. I think it depends on the material.
Okay.
But in this case, it has a little bit.
How long ago did you do TDP? Like how long did it take to start yellowing?
It was a bit over 6 months. It's been almost a year, a little over a year that I did that one.
Okay, and does it get exposed to direct sunlight in the room it's in? Like, does it have a window where it hits it or something?
No.
No.
It's just on a lot because I have it on when I play it and stuff, and I've been making pictures and things, and so it's on. So I don't know. It's evenly yellowed, so it'd be weird if it was
like this one, where it's yellowed on the front and more white on the back.
Yeah, you would think that the heat's coming out of the vents, and the yellow would be more toward where the vent comes up, where the air comes out, but it isn't. I think it all has to do with exposure to something, UV light or something.
Okay, well, cool, because we had a few people who have done it successfully. I guess we have to figure out how long it lasts. Maybe just have to redo it once every year or two or something.
Maybe
keep it pristine.
The keyboard's real nice though on that one. Look at it.
Yeah, that was white to begin with, so I don't think you had to retrobrite that at all.
No.
Next up, hopping over to the Dragon group on Facebook. So we have John Whitworth, who we've mentioned on here before, and he's got a picture here of his testing setup, and he's trying to figure out why the CoCo SDC, which has the option to run the Dragon, works with the WordPack 2 Plus board, which we've covered here, that Paris Surratt's helped develop some of his AGD stuff for. It's a Sprite and sound chip combo board. Now, John's doing a DMSX 2 Plus, which I think is the MSX chips basically built in. And the SDC does not apparently run properly with that. So he's been trying to figure out, what's going on here. But there's this test setup, and that's just like, you hardware guys can comment on this. Is this normal to have this much crap on your desk all spread out with wires and stuff? Like, I'm not a hardware guy.
You could wave your hand over that to enter 99,999,999.
Well, the kind of in the top center there's a purple cord that's coming into that little black box right there.
Uh-huh.
That's a kind of a form of a digital oscilloscope. So I've seen those before. That's like a 16-channel, not really like an oscilloscope, but you can bring in like 16 different channels up onto your computer screen, and you can watch everything as it's running simultaneously. So it looks like a lot of wires are in the top center, but it looks like he's probably got them all connected to various points on some of the chips there. But that purple cable probably is a USB cable that goes probably to a PC, and he's able to watch digitally what's going on with all the different signals all at the same time.
I just like how many little prototype boards he's got here. He's got the big honking thing that's coming out of the cartridge port, and he's got another one layered on the top of it on the bottom, and he's got a couple off to the side, and all this mess is all wired together. I would just be completely lost.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of concerned that the large chip and the separate board on the right goes into a large antenna farm and then on into the computer. And you don't really know in that situation if it's your circuit or if it's your prototype that's the problem. And so, man.
He's got his SDC folded in on the inside of the computer.
Yeah, yeah. Mounted there on the side there. I know that just looks like, this is why I do software, not hardware, because this would just wreck my brain.
Because hardware is not digital, hardware is analog. So you're trying to pretend it's digital, but the pulses get a little fat and maybe there's a little extra noise. And
yeah, I have enough problems debugging my own code, so this is just a level way beyond me. Next up is another Dragon story. This is a rather interesting one. When Dragon went under, the original Dragon in Wales in the UK, they sold to a company called Eurohard in Spain, and then they kind of resurrected for a bit. But they also started getting into some other hardware that has nothing to do with the Dragon 3264 or the 200 or the Alpha or the 100, but under the Dragon name. And this is one that made it to the stage of making and manufacturing some, but then they went under when this is about to be released. So this is a Dragon MSX, which is based on the MSX computer with it, which Nick, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's a Z80 and an AY sound chip or something, I think. Or is Nick still on the call?
Yep, no, I just had to wake up.
You and
yes,
Mikey.
it's a Z80, a standard early version MSX. Z80 AY sound chip and the TI video chip.
So this actually played MSX games and has its own specialized keyboard, which does not resemble the Dragon keyboard at all. It even has a cartridge slot on the top. But you actually see it says Dragon MSX 64. So it's an official Dragon product. Now, the story behind this, and there's conflicting stories, how many of these were made. One person claims there was 50 and another claimed there was 500. But they got shipped to Dragon because they were manufactured, ironically enough, by a UK company based in Hong Kong to actually manufacture the boards. They got there, they were put together, and then they went under. And the one story was told that one of the employees had mentioned that when they went under, they couldn't pay the employees for the last couple months of work they did. But these computers had already arrived. So what they did, instead of paying the employees cash, because they had none, they just gave everybody one of these. That was your final paycheck, was a Dragon MSX 64. And unfortunately, pretty well, none of them survived. Back to this is the only one known to be working, as far as they know. And the guy who has it is a collector of Dragons. He's got Dragon 200s and some of the other very, very rare prototype models as well. Well, that was interesting because I'd never heard that the Dragon, even when they got bought by Eurohard, had anything to do with anything other than the standard Dragon hardware, but obviously they did.
The Konami is the name of a game, isn't it?
Game company.
It's a game company.
Yeah. They did arcade games. They did computer ports and other things too.
So does it say what that game is in the machine?
No, but it basically, from my understanding, is if you have any MSX cartridge, it just worked. It was totally 100% compatible with the MSX.
Oh.
And the MSX, if I remember, Nick, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this one too, but I think the main market for that was Japan, wasn't it?
And Japan was the primary market, yeah.
Do you know what MSX stands for?
Microsoft.
Something, yeah.
Oh, what was the X for? It was a collaboration between Microsoft and another company that they basically standardized on a hardware architecture and used Microsoft's BASIC. That was a standard.
Yeah,
it was pretty good. It was a pretty good setup, but yeah, it was only in Japan, largely.
So this here is kind of a wiki page on it. Now, some of the accuracy of this page is in question, like the 500 pieces that were delivered type thing. The employees that worked there at the time said no, it was only 50. But basically, it tells you like it came out in '85. It was manufactured by Radifin Electronics, like I said before, a Hong Kong-based company that was actually owned by people from the UK. And it came with 64K of RAM, 16K of video RAM, the Texas Instruments TMS 9129NL chip, which I think is a Sprite chip, isn't it, Nick?
Yes.
Or is it just a plain video? Sprite?
No, it's Sprite.
And then the PSG AY38910 sound chip. So it was a pretty decent machine, but extremely rare for collectors. If you find one, keep that one. It's worth a ton. Next up, we've covered Chibi Akumis. That's what his channel is called. He's covered some other 6809 stuff. His eventual goal is to program a Vectrex game in assembly language. So he's been kind of learning CPUs. He also has done these courses on teaching of various assembly language sources. He's done Intel, he's done 68000s, he's done Z80s, Z80s, so he's done all kinds of chips 602. So he's eventually planning on making a Vectrex game on the Vectrex console. So he's kind of covering various 609. Now his previous ones on the 609 have been pretty generic 609. Like he was running, I don't know, some text-based console thingy as the emulator before. This is the first one he's done that's uniquely to the CoCo and the Dragon, explaining how the VDG and stuff works a little bit, not getting too much into it at this early stage. But when he does these ones on a specific platform, he does his initial ones, usually Hello World, however it's done on that particular machine. So that's what he does here. And one thing he found out while working on this is that the basic on the Dragon and the basic on the CoCo actually initialize differently, because he sets up his Explorer emulator to emulate his test code as being a cartridge that you plug into the machine and immediately turn on, as opposed to being something you would just load off tape or disk. So we found out that the Dragon in its initialization phase before the ROMs get run clears the text screen out to the green-black background. Apparently the CoCo, the CoCo does not. It actually has some just random, not totally random, but it's @ signs and orange blocks. And then the Hello World comes on top of that instead of on top of green screen. So the two machines actually initialize differently, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, he's planning on making this a complete series. He's going to get in how to do reading joysticks, how to read the keyboard, how to do sound, how to do graphics and everything else too. So it's going to be a pretty decent series. Another alternative to Steve Bjork's and some who did the other one, Paul Fiscarelli, I think, was doing the other 609 CoCo assembly language. So for those of you who want to learn it, here's a third alternative coming. This is another interesting one here too that I kind of found by surprise. The name of his channel is kind of interesting. It's called Enthused on Retro, basically, but it's a kind of a history of the Dragon, a kind of a Cole's Notes version of it. Kind of going through this, the initial Wales-based company, then shifting over to Eurard and stuff. So he kind of goes through the Dragon 32, the 64, the Tano a little bit. Basically just a bit of history. And then he actually goes on to taking it apart and showing you some of the hardware and showing you what's in the case, etc. And then he actually does a couple or one single, I can't remember, but game demo, kind of showing what the capabilities of the machine are. And I guess he was doing a series on computer companies based in Wales, which is getting pretty specific. So he'd previously covered the Sam Coupe, which I'm not sure if any of you have ever heard of before. I know the Amigos have covered it on their ARG show, but so this week the guy was doing the Dragon. So pretty cool if you want a nice, quick history of it. I think Nick Marotta, you'd mentioned before that you'd caught one Dragon history thing here not too long ago yourself here. So here's an additional one with some gameplay and stuff added on.
Yes, I did.
And this one here is a channel I've covered before. Now, these are two brothers, and there's a big age difference between the two of them. One of them is born in the 90s, and one used to work at Radio Shack back in the 90s.
Wow.
So they've kind of, as a kind of a fun thing here, they took a 1990 Radio Shack catalog, and they just had to pick things they thought were cool from each. So the older one was picking obscure antenna things and all these other things. And the younger one, actually, one of his picks was the CoCo3. And his older brother then starts commenting on selling them in 1990, which of course it was during the CoCo's decline, so he didn't know too much about the CoCo. But it's a pretty interesting show in general. But the CoCo discussion is also pretty interesting too. I won't play it here because the show's an hour long, but definitely worth your time to check it out, especially if you're a Radio Shack fan.
I like the truck.
What's that?
I like the truck.
Yeah, they've showed that on the last couple of shows. And the final one here is actually the one that Brian was talking about, where Terry found the two different versions of the Daggerath cartridge label and the manual here. One saying Tandy, one saying Radio Shack. There's a bit of a zoom up here, but you can see how it changed as the time progressed. And that's it for the news.
Excellent. Thank you, Curtis Boyle. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a commercial break? We'll come back. I will play the CoCo Caboose video just because I feel like playing it. Originally, I thought we would talk about VCF West, being today virtual VCF West, but we already kind of covered that in the news. So we'll just play the Caboose. We'll do some closing thoughts, and then the outro, if everyone's okay with that. So we'll be right back after these words.
We'll return after these announcements.
A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
We'll do that.
Hi everybody, this is Siri, Apple's
right now.
personal assistant and beatbox professional. You're watching CoCoTALK with the original gamer, Stevie Stroh.
I just feel like playing the video, yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Stevie Stroh, and I want to say
video.
thank you for continuing to watch and listen to CoCoTALK. We love doing this show. We think we put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better.
This show could be better,
with
though.
your help. So if you would like to send a feedback, a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love
Send
to
your
hear
death
from you.
threats to Steve Strobridge.
This is Ken Reichard, author of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
And you're experiencing CoCoTALK?
As you start your journey to CoCo Fest, you notice the road ahead is littered with rogue furniture. You realize you are driving on the Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
The game for the Tandy Color Computer 1, 2, and 3. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
Stunning low-resolution visuals. Digital to analog converted sound. 100% machine language and basic. What are they saying about Nightmare Highway?
Nightmare Highway.
Steve B. York says, of all the games released this year, this is one of them. L. Kurt S. Boyle says, this will not be on my site. Nick Marionette says, crikey, look at the size of that crock. Get your complimentary copy of Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway.
At cancanmakeit.com. If you got it for free, you paid too much.
Hey there, it's Andrew here with the Tandy Speech and Sound cartridge that I won from CoCoTALK Live. So next time, make sure to tune in. It may change your life.
Let the Radio Shack TRS-80 put the world of color computing into your home. Instant loading program packs turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more. The color computer is an educational aid, a home management tool, an up-to-the-minute electronic information service. The programmable, expandable TRS-80 color computer from $399 only at Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
The CoCoTALK train wreck is over, and we welcome you to the last surviving car. Join us in Zoom for CoCoTALK Caboose, a recap of today's show. CoCoTALK Caboose starts now.
It's on the screen.
Welcome back, everybody.
We have a special guest for you right now.
We actually are going to have sort of a wrap-up show. Welcome back to CoCoTALK. We've got some acquisitions to cover, and then we'll do some closing thoughts after that. So with that, I believe Steve, the original gamer, is on the panel. Steve, would you like to, now that I just remember to share system sound, I can stop doing that and turn it
Oh my God, am I on? Am I on?
You're live.
Yeah, you're here.
Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm a big fan of the show. I've been watching the show for years. I can't believe I'm on, guys. Thanks for having me. This is amazing.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite?
Oh, it's that dreamy Nick Marotta.
Aren't you a big MC10 guy?
Oh, huge MC10 fan. Big fan of MC10.
OS9?
No.
Yeah.
OS9. Oh, yeah, happy birthday,
Rod,
Bicycle
hit
9.
the button, please. Hit the button.
Now, Stevie,
Asparagus.
did you just get off your shift at the welding factory?
I did. Well, today my acquisition is I got the Mark Overholzer, goggle set here. So the show looks twice as nice now, guys.
Look at the guy from Cherry Park Boys.
I think I'm going to vomit now.
Oh, that's that
wow.
David Ladd guy. He's my hero. I love the floppy. Hi, David. Big fan. Love your work.
Oh, God.
I'm out of here.
Oh, jeez. Oh,
What's
my
this
goodness.
I think we need to change the password.
6309 would work.
Wow.
I'd like to apologize to Mr. Gimes for my comments. These are our worst things around, evidently. No, but I did.
That was a little harsh there.
I did enjoy all his stuff he did in the beginning before he started singing, I must say.
He was saying like AC/DC did,
He was,
not AC/DC, whoever that band was.
Yes.
DCAC.
band.
One grabs one belt buckle and pulls sharply upwards.
Exactly. He was.
Hey
doing
guys, what did I miss? What did I miss? Oh wait, sorry.
Go back to sleep, Mikey.
Yes. Stevie, we know where your attention lies.
Big fan of David Ladd and the MC10.
What else have you gotten, Steve?
So, is there any other acquisitions?
Yeah, I did. I think I mentioned these. I don't know if I showed them, but a while ago I got a bag of, that's not a bag of D's, but I did get a bag of a brand new floppies. These are
A bag of discs.
Colored ones.
It's a bag of D's. A bag
Got
of
a bag
discs.
of discs. Yeah.
Can you send
So
a
these-
disc
Bag of
pic?
D's or a bag of doughs?
Yeah. So
Can you
this
send
is
me a disc pic?
I can send you a disc pic. I actually will.
Only one color?
Yeah. This was but it's all new stock. So it was like 50 brand new floppies, and I think it was like $30. I talked the guy down on eBay. So I got that maybe a week or so ago. Gonna try them out.
Does the guy still have more?
Yeah, in different colors, like lots of different colors. So if you do a search for just floppies on eBay, he's got all new stock in multiple colors.
Oh, cool.
And those are
double density?
I think so. I don't think it's two-sided. I think it's basically like a CoCo1, Tandy 1000 type floppy.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was high density or double.
No, it's got the ring, so it's double density.
Well, you would know, David. Yeah. So when David wants to know how old a floppy disk is, he counts the ring.
Yeah, it's like a tree. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, the show looks much better with my new Mark Overholzer goggles on now, too.
Your prescription has changed a bit on your glasses there, Stevie.
Stevie, you need my beard on there, too, and that yellow hat you wear.
There we go. The full ensemble.
Be all set. Yeah.
And you just need a face mask that says CoCoTALK on it.
Yeah. And by the way, big fan of the show, guys. Thanks for having me on. I got to go. I got to go play with my MC10. Bye-bye now.
CoCoTALK the face mask.
All right. I feel like we just got Zoom bombed by.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're all agreed not to let him back in, right? Yeah, someone needs to change that password, please.
Yes, I changed it to another processor name.
It's the same combination I have on my luggage.
Yes, 0000.
Wow,
Sorry.
that's a cool CPU.
So any other acquisitions or anything?
Yeah.
actually, I have a couple.
Go ahead, Grant.
I was looking for this book and found it finally. It is the Tandy's Money Machine. It's a book by Charles Tandy. This used to be sold. This used to be sold in Radio Shack back in the days. I think in the early '90s. So got that one, and also I've been looking for this too. This is the 1983 Rainbow magazine.
Anniversary issue with the disc in it.
Yes, and
record.
it still has.
Oh wow, cool.
The the old flimsy record. Yeah, thank you.
What is on there?
3 programs.
Yeah, free programs.
Oh, that's
Three in
hilarious.
specific. There was 3 programs on that disc. You could just pipe it through your stereo into your CoCo and load them with C-Load.
And then also, not to waste everybody's time, but I did get a whole bunch of other rainbows too. I'm trying to start my collection. So if anybody has extra rainbows that they want to get rid of, I'll be more happy to pay shipping, fair price. Just let me know.
Cool.
That's
If you told me that about 7 years ago, I would have had a lot for you.
Needs to rain first.
Hey Grant, was that the rainbows that I had mentioned, or is that a different lot?
This is one of the rainbows that you mentioned. Also found another set too that's coming in the mail too from eBay.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And luckily they're in good shape too. I'm surprised. So whoever had these took really good care of them.
Well, they got the record still in it. I don't even have the record anymore. I don't know what happened to it, but I remember I did actually load the programs off the record.
How'd that work anyway? So did you put your tape deck in front of the speakers on the record player, or how'd that work?
No, actually, in my case, I had a headphone jack on the stereo we had, which is like one of those old wood grain 70s ones. So I just put the floppy record onto the record player. You had to put a coin on it to get it to stay level so it wouldn't flip up and down on you.
Yeah.
And then we took the headphone jack and I just plugged in, I think I had a 1/4" to 1/8" adapter to it. So you plugged it into the black jack on the cassette cable, plugged it into the headphone jack on the stereo, type C load, and then start the record. And then we just load.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
What month is that of '83?
July of '83.
It was July of 1983.
Second anniversary issue.
Hey Grant, we have an important question from the chat.
Sure.
An OG Stevie Stroh says, "Does Grant know how to read, or does he just look at the pictures?"
I just look at the pictures.
You know what? I was never even realized that I'm kind of tickled pink. I got the magazine as well, and mine has the record in it also.
All right.
So I've been sitting on this and didn't even realize it. So awesome. Nice find.
Does anybody know if that record, the content of that record, is online somewhere?
Yeah, it was actually on the regular Rainbow on disc and Rainbow on tape too. That was just a freebie for everybody who bought the magazine if they didn't subscribe to the tape or
like a sample.
Disc.
Come
Yeah, it
on,
was
you
like a
guys.
free sample.
It's
Very
on PDF. What are you worried about?
How do you put a tape program on a PDF?
It's there. Come on.
Very carefully.
Right.
You have to OCR it in. That's how you do it.
Did you swap cars with Grant?
No.
I had a Mad magazine that had one of those records in it.
Yeah, the beautiful, fantastic day, or
Super
whatever the heck it was called, with
Spectacular
alternate
Day.
endings. Yeah,
Yes.
that was awesome.
There's another one. It's called "It's a Gas," and it's just a bunch of belching.
This one you played it. They played the same beginning every time you put the needle down, but we pick a random of about 6 different endings depending on how the needle
Well,
slid
there
over.
were 8 spirals on it.
Yeah,
and they
so
were
basically you'd get
interleaved, so
alternate
you-
endings every time you played the song. So it was
Yeah.
cool. Thankfully, they didn't do that in the CoCo program where you load the first half of the program properly and then you get a random chunk of code afterwards. That would have been bad.
Mm-hmm.
I do have one more thing to show from the stuff that I already had lined up that we showed during the show.
Sure.
This one here is one that that Curtis had mentioned last week in the news segments there, and or actually I think it was 2 weeks ago. And so I reached out to the guy, and all the way from the UK, I got the
cool
Alta One joystick that he had mentioned on the on there. He originally wasn't shipping to the US. I reached out to him and I just said, hey, what would it cost, or can I pay a little extra to get one? And he's like, well, let me find out. And so, other than paying the extra shipping, he sent it to me. And yeah, these things are brand new. They're kind of cool looking.
Was it under 1,000?
What's that?
Was it under 1,000?
Yes, actually it was. I think it was only like $25 once the conversion was done. It's a nice joystick. It's not. How I want to say this. It's not linear in the sense.
Not analog.
Yeah, it's not analog. Where if you were to plug it into like one of the joystick programs where the value would go from like 0 to 63. This basically has switches in it. So when you move it, you move it to the left, it goes to 0. When it's in the center, it gives a 33 value. When you move it to the right, it gives you a 63. So it wouldn't be good for all games.
Nothing in between?
Nothing in between other than it's 0, 3, or 0, 33,
32.
or 63. 32, yeah, whatever the middle value was, yeah. Yep, so I mean, for games where you just got to go left, right, or whatever, so yeah. Little suction cups on the bottom. So.
Now, are both buttons active at once? You can use either one as your fire button, or do you have to flick a switch to go between them?
Nope, you can press either one. Yep, but it's just the. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I love that about English joysticks. You can have 8 fire buttons on them, but they're all the same fire button.
They're all the same. And it just has it doesn't have the center pin, so yeah.
Yeah, Dragon only has the 5-pin connector. Doesn't have the center one, so only one button.
So yeah, it got here fairly. It took about a week to get here.
Just out of curiosity, how much was the shipping it from overseas?
I think it was about. I think my total cost was like about $43 with the shipping and everything. So I thought that was fairly reasonable, considering some of the deluxe joysticks go for $36 alone here. Yeah. So yep. So I think it was. I paid under $50 to get it. That's for and the
do you have to pay VAT?
What's that?
Value added tax.
Oh, I don't know if it was in there or not.
If you did, you should try to get a refund for it.
Okay.
I don't know. I have no idea how you do that, but
yeah, probably more. Is it probably worth less than my time to hunt it down? Or?
Probably.
I think that's an in Europe thing, and you don't get hit it if you don't buy it from inside Europe.
You could play Timberman with that.
There you go.
Yes, you could.
Quite a few games you can play with that. A lot of the standard Pac-Mans and Donkey King stuff, they didn't use the analog ranges either, so they would work fine.
Yeah. I tried playing with a couple of the different games. I can't remember which ones I was playing. I think I tried Nick's game with it, where you're just registering a left, right, or whatever. So yeah.
Cool.
That's all.
Anybody else have any things? I've got a couple of old things, not new things, but I'll save mine to last.
Oh, mine would be really quick.
Go ahead, Mikey.
I am trying to get some time to work on the next minor revision of DriveWire. I got all the features finished for deload, and I have one more feature I'm planning to put in, and then I have to actually write the documentation for deload, and I think that's going to be the next minor revision. So I don't I don't know if I'm going to make it this week or not. I'm going to be really busy with work this week, but I'll keep plugging away on it.
Cool.
So that's pretty much it. Hey, buddy, are you ready for DriveWire? Yeah? Good.
Wait, you're writing documentation?
Yeah? You can ask some of the guys on here. Some of the time they ask me, how do you do this or that with PyDriveWire? My answer is basically, I wrote that in the manual. How about if you try letting me know if you can get it working? And usually they go, yep, I read the manual and figured it out.
I'm just saying it's unusual to actually provide the documentation for the new software. You should make people.
PyDriveWire has so many features in it that if I didn't write the manual, I wouldn't remember how to operate some of the things.
Cool. Looking forward to that. And I have to give you props up for the documentation too, because I know from trying to write Nitrous 9 documentation, and documentation is one of the things I hate doing the most. So having somebody who's actually enthusiastic and gets it done right off the bat there, that's props to you.
Thank you.
Since we're still in acquisitions, I can say I got a whole bunch of Laserdisc stuff from Eric Canales. Gave me a heads up on a guy that was getting rid of his collection, and so I got a Laserdisc player for $100 and 600 Laserdiscs with it. We went and picked it up when the show was on. That's why I wasn't here. And
did you say 600 as in 600?
600, 7 boxes full.
So that's a stack about 4 feet tall or something?
Yeah, this a box is 18 by 24 inches, I think, and there was 7 of them.
How's your back?
We had a truck, a little truck. Everything's in there. I mean, we also got a catalog, and they're all in alphabetical order.
Wow.
And I've been pulling a bunch of them out and watching stuff, all the Star Trek movies, Wizard of Oz, Mad World, all kinds of really good movies.
If you're not a James Bond fan, let me know.
All the James Bond movies are there. Every one of them.
Oh, I'll buy every single one of them from you. So,
would you really?
Yes, I would.
Give us a report on which James Bond is better.
Yeah, we're thinking about selling a bunch of it because really it takes up a lot of space, and a good portion of the movies I don't think we'll ever watch, but it's really interesting. There was some demos, Laserdisc demos, which were really cool to watch. It had how it works and how sharp it is. It's like trying to show the best of the world of Laserdisc, which is interesting to watch. Anyway, has nothing to do with Coco, sorry. Except for the fact I wasn't here.
No, it's still a cool acquisition, though. That's a pretty rare find of that many intact working discs.
Yeah, and the player works great. So, thanks, Eric.
And happy birthday to Eric, like we mentioned before. His birthday was the same as the Coco's.
Yep.
Anybody else have any acquisitions or updates they want to mention?
All right. Any other last words?
I've got 1 or 2 things I wanted to show off quickly. They're not new updates. They're just things I kind of found or drug out of the closet type thing. So the first off is in honor of the anniversary of the CoCo, I actually wore the Rainbow Fest shirt for the very first Rainbow Fest I ever went to in 1986 in Chicago. And it barely fit, as I mentioned. I'm probably going to have to cut it off with scissors afterwards, but
Are you almost done?
It is there.
I'm surprised the color still looks good, Curtis.
The Rainbow Fest shirts, like the first 3, 86, 87, 88, they all held up really well. I mean, they were solid, well done T-shirts. Now the ones they did in the later years when the CoCo started to come down, and I think they were looking for cheaper, those have not lasted as well. But the original 3, actually, they're in good shape. They're not torn or anything else, and they use really good materials. So pretty impressive.
Yeah, looks good.
And then the last thing I wanted to show, and I just found this when I was looking for something else completely different, because probably a lot of people have not seen this. When you entered some of the Rainbow programming contests, like their simulations, their adventures that they eventually made books from, they would do the actual contest and announce the winners, and you get whatever little prizes you got. And then, months or years later, they would get to actually getting the books out. And I actually found the original note from Rainbow here, signed by Lawrence C. Falk, sending the second Rainbow Book of Adventures to me because my Ring Quest game actually placed in it. Now that was announced in December '84. Rainbow, I think, is when the contest winners were announced, and then this is dated November 25th, 1985, or sorry, '86. So this was 2 years later when the book finally came out. But I just thought I'd show it to you guys so you can kind of see what they would send the recipients. And I think Ken Reichert might even have placed one of these too. So just sure. Oh, I'll have to wait for sharing.
Here we go. Go ahead.
Okay. And so you guys can see that?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was nice. They did the here's your complimentary copy. They actually give you a free copy of the book if you were published in it, and they also gave you the disc version, so you got all the other games without having to type them all in, which is awesome, including the real winners because I was like in second runner-up of something or other. And they give you a little congratulations there too, and then it's signed by Lonnie, which is kind of cool.
When did you start using L?
I think when I started university, because that's when I started having to sign for things, using at least part of my illegal first name, and to differentiate between my dad and myself. So, but I was still in high school when I originally wrote this game. So,
cool.
I just thought I'd show that because I don't think too many people have seen those, and I didn't realize I still had it, to be honest. So it was just kind of luck I found it looking something else.
And you have his autograph.
Yep.
Neat.
Cool.
Very nice.
Anybody else have anything?
Any last words?
Happy birthday, Coco. Here's to another 40. I might get Nitrous 9 out of beta by then.
Well, great. Well, thank you, everybody. I think we heard, I want to thank all the folks on the panel today and all the folks in the live chat. We heard from so many legendary and talented folks today. We also heard from Stevie Stroh.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to L. Curtis's mom, Glenside President Eric Canales, Tandy Color Computer 3, 34 years old, the Dragon 32, turning 38, and last but not least, the original TRS-80 color computer and Basic 09 from Motorola and Microware, 40 years old.
Yep. I wouldn't have thought we'd still be using them today, that's for sure.
No.
Who would have thunk it? Appreciate Richard Lorbieski jumping on the panel, Chet Simpson walking us through more Digger 3 updates, the return of Ron Delvaux, Mike Furman, who's sort of been paying attention today while VCF West is
Mike. Is it like Marky Mark?
No, not another
Mikey
new
Mike
nickname.
and the Funky Bunch.
David Ladd, who was very, very excited at the beginning of the show, and we didn't hear much from... David, are you still excited?
Oh.
He Tucker himself out.
With you, Rob.
All right, I think we're going to let you go back to sleep, David, and the Reichert... the Reichert brothers.
It sounds like he drank part of the drink where it says doctor, but not the pepper part.
Patrick Rick Euland, Mark B., Nicholas Marotta, and Nicholas Morentes, our two favorite Nicholases, were on the show today. And of course, you had Gopher Retro, Stevie Stroh, Quinn Good, Robert Allen Murphy, Mr. Dave 609 was out there. The list goes on and on. Ben Drakes. I mean, it was a who's that of people available in the chat today. We appreciate it. We thank you, everybody, for all of your support. Next week's game, Nick, is
CASHMAN.
Awesome game.
I am looking forward to see what Samuel Guinness does with that one.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Really.
That does cross my mind when I pick games sometimes.
Yes, I will be talking to Samuel Geim's manager, Ken Reichert, and we're going to do a welfare check, see what's going on over there. Thanks, everyone. I'm your announcer, Rob Innman. I'm at Tandy Color Computer 3. You can find me on the Color Computer Discord server. Thanks, everyone. We're going to play the outro, and we'll see you on the other side.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop. Cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marotta, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Innman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
Great. Say goodbye, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
And see you next